Hello. Hello.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Sir, mic টা unmute করুন।
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. আমি তো audible. What happened? It's not working. No. শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি, আমার কথা শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Professor Bandyopadhyay, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. What for me?
Audience, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay. I'm asking my co-host. Okay, thank you so much.
আচ্ছা উনি কি ওনার কথা শুনতে পারেন?
আমাকে শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah, everyone. Yes, Professor Bandyopadhyay, you are very much audible. So it's 8 more minutes, and by this 8 minutes, we should start our program, and we are just waiting for a couple of minutes more. Please bear with us. I will request the participants to kindly mute themselves during the session. Please make sure that your microphone is being.
Dr. Banerjee, this is for mic testing. Please say something so that we can hear. Are you having problem? Okay, I have another earphone. I'll share that with you. Just a minute.
বুঝলে ছেড়ে দাও এখন। ঠিক আছে কোনো সমস্যা নেই সমস্যা মানে স্পিকারটা ঠিক আছে আশা করি না চল চালু করে বুঝতে পারবো
ঠিক আছে আমি দেখেছি আপনি অন আছেন আমি রাস্তা দিয়ে আসছিলাম তো স্থিতি দেখি
ক্যামেরা ফ্যামেরা সব ঠিক আছে স্পিকারটা তো মানে আমি শুনতে আরো শুনতে পাচ্ছি
Mr. Banerjee, can you hear me?
ওকে ওকে ওকে
Hello?
Yes, sir.
No, you are not audible, Professor Banerjee. We shall start in another 4 minutes. We are just carrying out the mic testing. Okay, you have just 2 minutes left. Professor Banerjee, please say something so that we can hear you. Oh, you were not audible, Professor Banerjee.
স্যার এই ডিসিতে আছে বলুন
আপনি 157 থেকে আপনি বলে মিটিং আটকে গেছে ওই জন্য
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে মনে হচ্ছে ঠিক আছে আমরা বসে আছি ঠিক আছে
ইন্দ্রদা, আমার মনে হচ্ছে আপনি মোবাইলে করবেন।
Dear participants and the panelists, the host, we are live in YouTube also. So you can share the YouTube link to your respective groups so that they can come live in YouTube.
Okay,
So chat box is there. You
Okay,
can
Anupam, sir.
also
We'll do that.
monitor from that.
Okay, sir.
Now you are audible, Professor Banerjee. Please say something. It just came. So, my dear colleagues, can we start?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because principal sir, dean sir, OSD sir, they are all waiting. So we should start. Professor Shafra. Professor Keely, it's almost 10:34. Let's start from 10:35 onwards. Just last 30 seconds.
Hello. Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
I'm
Principal,
audible.
sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Principal, sir, you are audible.
Thank you.
You are very much audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'll request my colleagues to kindly start the program. Professor Shafra.
Okay, so the moment is here now, so we will start.
You are not audible.
Okay, very good morning. The moment is here now, so we will start with this grand occasion now. Good morning, namaste, namaskar, bonjour, shabak hai, salamat magi. I am here at Greenhill along with my co-MCs, Professor Saurabh Bhattacharya and Professor I. Mundapandey. We are welcoming you all on this grand occasion of International Conference on Rethinking Business Strategies by Reshaping Business Perspectives in the Current Business Environment. It is indeed a glorious moment to extend my warm wishes on behalf of the Department of Management and Social Sciences on this auspicious occasion of the inaugural session. It is indeed a cosmic event on the sky of management of Haldia Institute of Technology, where we are fortunate to witness a constellation of stars on the same occasion. They are eminent professors and academic stalwarts in our country and abroad, who have taken out their precious time from their very, very busy schedule to create this propitious moment for all of us. It is an opportune moment to refurbish and probe upon the problems of mutual interest with respected delegates, resource persons, and fellow researchers on the technical session scheduled for today and tomorrow. The avid researchers are surely to enlighten all of us, those who have made it to be a part of this grand occasion. Now, I am humbly requesting Dr. Urunangshu Giri, HOD, Department of Management and Social Science, to deliver his welcome address. It's over to you now, sir.
Thank you, Professor Audrey Satra. A very good morning, everyone. With due respect to Professor Dr. Shubroto Mondol, Principal, Haldia Institute of Technology, as our chief guest, Professor Dr. Ashit Kumar Shah, Dean Research, as our guest of honor, all dignitaries, resource persons, invited guests, paper presenters, students, and faculty colleagues present today. I, Dr. Urunangshu Giri, Head of the Department, School of Management and Social Science, Haldia Institute of Technology, welcome you all in this 2 days international conference on rethinking business strategies by reshaping business perspective in current business environment. This is indeed a matter of right that many co-headed and world-class management speakers have agreed to share this platform with us for making this international conference a gala success. I'm here expressing my indebtedness to all those eminent speakers. Also, I'm delighted to receive more than 100 research papers from faculty, members, research scholars, industry personnel, and students. We are very happy to announce that selected best papers will be published in Excel India publications and the Handbook volume, and in Raman Indian Journal of Management, which is Scopus Index Journal. I am also delighted to express that the educational fraternity and India have consolidated their wholehearted support by contributing their quality research paper in this international conference. Speeches from eminent professors and eminent speakers, the paper presentations in different fields of management will surely enrich the knowledge of our audience. However, I'm rather very much interested to listen the lectures from different speakers, so I don't want to prolong my speech. Let us share the enjoyment of learning during this 2 days international conference. Thank you, everyone.
So thanks a lot, our HOD, Dr. Arunachal Giri. In fact, it's a historic day that we have got so many speakers, so many stars who have come over here, who are going to speak right now, and we are going to speak in these 2 days. And we have got speakers from 6 countries across 3 continents who are going to give a global exposure, concentrating on different regions of the world on the current business strategies being taken in the business world. So right now we are very fortunate to have our principal, Sir Dr. Subroto Mondol, and sir is a real leader. Since the day of his arrival in our college, there have been so many changes, so many positive changes, which are giving a great direction to us, to all of the faculty members over here. And sir is bringing lots of changes in the institution, and definitely lots of things to learn from sir. So I am going to request our principal, sir, Dr. Subroto Mondol, to kindly share his thoughts on this grand conference. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you who are present now. Respected dignitaries and others, I am really happy that our School of Business Management is organizing a 2-day seminar on rethinking business strategies by reshaping business perspective in the current business environment. Actually, organizing a workshop or conference all other than the academic part, it should be continued lifelong. All of teachers who are now present here, I will request all of you continue this, because from here students will learn the many things from research world, because these are not coming in the textbooks. They will learn from the workshop conference like this. And the objective of this seminar is really good, because the student will be able to understand the concept of business environments, its meaning, scope and importance. And this is basically the environment. That is a very big term. There are 2 big terms here in the conference which I have seen. One is business and another is environment. And the environment means actually large numbers of speakers experts who will tackle these topics in a good way. I will not say so much good, but I will try to say something about these topics as I have get this chance. And the environment means students, the different introduction to business along with the environment. There are different environment: technological environment, economic environment, political environment, socio-economic environment, natural environment. To understand any business, the critical steps is to explore all the factors related to business and properly judges its impact on the business. There are number of factors and forces which has considerable impact on the business. All these forces come under one word, that is called environment. Hence, understanding the business means understanding its environment. Environment refers to all external forces which have a bearing on a functioning on the business. And there is another word is I have seen, that is rethinking. Definitely, the world is changing faster than ever before. Consider just one of the global magnitudes, that is the construction industry. The population of the world, basically in the urban area, at least 2 lakhs people is increasing per day. Then all to whom need affordable as well as social transformations and utility impact on that society, on that newcomer people. So to make this challenge and to satisfy those people, so no rethinking should come. So with these few words, I am closing my talks and I wish a great success of this seminar, rather conference. Thank you all.
Acha. Thank you, Principal Sir. Okay, I'll request my colleague Adrenin to kindly take on the conference. You're not audible.
Principal sir,
You're not
for
audible.
your
Yes.
truly inspiring words, which will definitely guide us to take up research work in future.
You're not
at
audible.
individual as well as at the organizational level. Thank you so much, Principal Sir, for your inspiring words, which will definitely help us to take up future research work at an individual and at an organizational level. Thank you so much, sir. A prolific personality, great motivator, passionate researcher, devoted teacher, great author, fervent visionary, yet down to earth with a very unpretentious personality. He is always a man who is instrumental in helping us to envision the research avenue. May I now request Professor Dr. Ashit Kumar Saha, Dean Research, to share his inspiring words with us. Sir, it's over to you now.
Good morning. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible? Just
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. On this inaugural session, it is my proud privilege to welcome all the distinguished speakers, participants, and contributors in this international conference on a very relevant topic, that is on rethinking business strategies by reshaping business perspectives in the current business environment. I express my deep sense of gratitude for our beloved chairman, Dr. Lakhon Chandra Sheth, Vice Chairman, Mr. Sayantan Sheth, Secretary, Mr. Ashish Lahiri, Academic Advisor, Dr. M.N. Bandyopadhyay, and OSD, Mr. Amol Datta. I also wish to thank our administration, Principal Dr. S. Mondal, Registered Dr. Ranjan Misra, all the deans and HOD, particularly Dr. Urudangshu Giri, as well as his team for organizing such an event at HIT. Haldia Institute of Technology has progressed a lot since its inception in the year 1996. It has grown up from merely 90 students with 3 programs to over 5,000 students with 20 programs. Many of our alumni are well established and holding significant position in industry, academia, and in the helm of top administration. With our single vision to achieve Center of Excellence in the field of science, technology, and management education, we are progressing steadily for creating dynamic human resources of global standards with capabilities of taking up new challenges. The concept of business initially was nothing but getting something in exchange of agreeable equal value product. Later on, currencies came into picture and it became satisfying the customer for their goods and service needs with a view to make profit and expand businesses. During later stage of was based on whole work done by the individual in totality. After 1870s, assembly line concept, that means part by part segmental completion of the work by specialized individuals came into picture. The use of steam energy for driving machines also started then. From 1960s, we saw massive uses of electrical power and electronics in industries to increase productivity and quality of products to meet global standards and needs. Uses of computer also started gradually, along with its miniaturization and performance enhancement. Almost after every 50 years, we saw an industrial revolution. But now it is very fast. Every now and then we see scientific and technological developments. Fourth industrial revolution started with robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, Internet of Things, and Internet of Systems. We have witnessed a lot of changes in the last decades. Some of them are irreversible. Industry 4.0 is the name for the current trend of automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies, including cyber physical systems, the Internet of Things, cloud computing and cognitive computing, and creating the smart factory. There is a Chinese proverb. It says, "It is easy to open a business, but it is an art to keep it open." In fact, we have seen many well-known big industries disappeared from the market because they have not oriented them with the change. Nokia was a famous brand in mobile business. Now it is almost disappeared. On the other hand, there are some companies like Uber and Ola who are running well without having any car of their own. With the unplanned and uneven growth of industries, now we are also facing a big threat of global warming and climate change. We are talking about carbon neutrality, net zero emission, green building, circular economy, adoption, etc. This is a big challenge for us. For last 2 years, we are fighting with COVID pandemic. While fighting with it, there was a massive change in business strategies. We are using artificial intelligence, data analytics tools as proximity sensors for setting business strategies. Rapid globalization has opened doors for many new market players to emerge with innovative concepts, processes, and business models. Focus has also shifted on employing alternative avenues based on artificial intelligence for improvement and substitute production technologies. The recent years have witnessed a rapid demand for the IoT, Internet of Things, in industries. The main reasons being to address the risk linked with the industrial activities and for augmented productions. By uniting human skill, real-time information, and machine intelligence, IoT will result in streamlined and cost-effective production processes. IoT framework will also help in recording real-time data associated with storage capacity, product quality, state of asset, along with utilization and performance, worker safety, and production cost. Such advanced capabilities, along with sophisticated algorithms, can be further used to predict, simulate, and suggest maintenance requirements for assets. This benefit will increase the lifespan of assets, optimize uptime, and enhance operational performance. India is a resourceful country. It was very wealthy, means the first multinational company, Dutch East India Company, was established to market Indian spices internationally. We have good manpower, good talent. So we have good future. From now we have that concept, local to local to international and international to local. So that concept is coming. So India as it is having great future with respect to resources. I see in the near future in Indian industry we will also see a massive changes. It is already it has changed. Now in the world ranking list, we have seen some of the means out of 50s there are significant Indians. They have positioned their name in the list. So actually all these changes also not has come in a days. It is gradually it has come up. So when I was at IIT Kharagpur, related with different friends who are doing different types of research, I've seen their activities, how the changes are taking place. And with that changes also, here at Haldia Institute of Technology, we are also changing. Now, Haldia Institute of Technology also adapting with new environments. Along with other facilities, it has AICT Idea Lab and MSME Incubation Center. Now, entrepreneurs and innovators can do experiment here with their ideas and fulfill their dreams. In this 2 days international conference, many renowned experts, masters in their fields will be discussing and revealing many new methodologies and avenues for rethinking of business strategies by reshaping business perspectives in the current business environment. I hope all the participants of the event will be immensely benefited. Thank you and enjoy this 2 days deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And now, friends, we are going to start the main session of our international conference. Thanks to our principal, sir. Thanks to our Dean Research, sir. Thanks to our HOP, sir, for sharing their thoughts about this conference, about the college, and about how to take the college and our conference forward. And of course, what are the different learnings from this international conference. Now, friends, we have got a great person, a great personality with loads of experience, Season, to say, friends, the loads of experience, the variety of experience, the diversity of experience, which our guest of our honorary guest of today, Professor Ahmed Ismail Rage, it's incredible. He's an Egyptian, he's from Egypt. So he took birth in Egypt. He has experience of working and studying over there at Egypt and mostly in West Africa. Then he had worked in Australia, and over there being at Australia, he had worked, he had studied, he had researched, he had consulted companies over there at Australia and New Zealand. And right now he's working over there, along with Australia, he's right now working over there at the University of Malaysia. And I'll mention that name first. So Professor Ahmed Ismail Rage, he has experience of a vast region, starting from West Africa, Egypt, and West Africa, if you say that all of these countries, Egypt being a major economy of that region, to Australia, New Zealand, or the Oceania, okay, and from there to Malaysia and Southeast Asia. So, friends, if you think of this region in the global atlas or the global map, it's a huge region, and a person who has worked over there, we are so much fortunate that he's right away present over here to share his thoughts, share his learning, share his experience with all of us. Of course, the faculty members, and definitely the most important, the students present over here. So let me just give a short description about his work life. So Professor Ahmed Ismail Rage, he did his PhD from Brunel University, and he had worked in different places like Brunel University, London. He had worked at London School of Economics. He had worked at Curtin University, Australia, and he is right now working over there. Professor Ahmed, just give me the time because I'll just check out this OIGSB. He's right now employed over there at Othman Yop Abdullah Graduate School of Business at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. But Professor Ahmed, right now he is over there at Cairo, Egypt. So live from Cairo, Egypt, we have got Professor Ahmed Ismail Rage over here to this international conference on rethinking business strategies by reshaping business perspectives in the current business environment. So I'll request Professor Ahmed to, sir, kindly share, as you will deliver your speech, kindly share examples from this vast region where you have worked, right from West Africa to Australia, New Zealand to Malaysia and Southeast Asia. So Professor Ahmed, please, the dais is yours, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Professor Suba, and I'm really honored and humbled to be with you today. It's a great pleasure. So please allow me a few seconds to share my slides. It says I cannot share my screen. Do you know why?
Okay, Professor Ahmed, I think you are over there in laptop only. So, sir, you can see
Yes.
it. Are you in your laptop only, right, sir? Okay.
Yeah.
Are you in your laptop only, right, sir? So, sir, over there, please kindly check out. After the that palm sign, there is a box with an arrow. There is a box with an arrow. Please press on that, sir.
Yes, and yeah, share a window, right?
Yeah. That will be the sharing window, sir.
Yes. Now can you see my slide? Can you see my slides?
Okay. No, it's not visible to now. I'll request others to kindly switch off their cameras. I'll request just so that the whole spectrum will go for Professor Ahmed, so that he can share the video, share his slides. Sir, it's not visible right now, so kindly click on that box, sir. That just after that palm, there is a sign over there. You can see it over there. There is a box, rectangular box. Within that, there is an arrow, and if you click on that, it will show present now. So you can just kindly share that over there, sir.
Again, you said you must grant permission in order to share your screen.
You must, sir. What is there? Yeah.
You must grant a permission in order to share your screen. Permission. I need permission for that.
Professor Anupam, can you please help, sir, in this regard?
Sir, you can just simply share your entire screen. Share your entire screen and then present that
Share entire
particular
screen.
slide on it. Yeah.
Okay. Same problem. You cannot share. You must grant a permission. Uh,
Okay, sir, I'm making you a co-host. Now you can, I think there will not be any problem in sharing. I have made you co-host. You can just try now.
I think so. I think that can be done.
cannot share your screen. You must grant permission in order to share your screen. Maybe I can share. You can take the slides and share it from your side.
Yeah, Professor. Anupam sir, I think he has made you the co-host over here, right, Anupam sir?
Yes, sir, I have made him co-host. Now, I think he should not have any problem in sharing, but if still problem persists, what you can do, sir, Saurabh sir, you can just share the slide. You can present the slide from your end, and sir will be
Yeah.
on the mic. Yeah. So, sir, if you can please send the slides to Saurabh sir, then it will be better.
Okay. Okay. I'll send the slides now.
Okay. Sir Ahmed, have you been able to send the PPT to me? Internet is almost. Hello, Professor Ahmed.
Yes, I'm sharing the slides. Sorry.
You can sir, what you can do is that you can just WhatsApp me the message also, sir. WhatsApp me your PPT also. That can be also.
Yeah. I WhatsApp you. Yeah. I now WhatsApp you.
Yeah, please just send that to me. I'll just share it from the PPT.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, it's a bit slow, so but I'm sending it now.
Yeah, have you sent that to me? Have you sent that PPT to me? No. Sir Ahmed, have you sent that PPT to me?
Yes, it's sending now. It's sending now because it's a bit slow. Okay, I'm so sorry for this internet connection issues and technical problems. Um, Today, I wanted to talk about an important issue for business in general and for the small business and for medium and large organization as well, which is open innovation and co-creation. Uh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me really well?
Yeah, you are very much audible, sir. You are very much audible. It's very bad luck that you could not share the video.
Okay.
Okay, sir. We shall have to take the conference.
Again
Please
for
carry
this.
on, sir.
So, yes, open innovation is a paradigm that assumes that firms cannot or can and should use external ideas, cannot work in isolation like the olden days. So nowadays, the idea of open innovation is to start looking at the external sources of idea generation as well as the internal as well. So in the open innovation paradigm, there's an internal and external pathways to the market in order to come up with new ideas, innovative ideas, and new products and new design and so on. This will advance technology as well. This will advance our product, this will make our customers satisfied. Why I'm talking about open innovation in particular? Because uh, there are so many rewards that can come out to our company when I'm thinking about open innovation. But as we all know, there are some benefits and some costs as well. Um, let's say first inbound open innovation, which is meaning that the direction of innovation is from outside the company to the inside. So I'm really using experts, using professionals, using other companies, and get some benefits out of this kind of partnership or open innovation direction to help my company produce something that is really valuable to the customer. Internal invention also can be used to help other companies as well. So when a company is innovating internally, we can uh, through licensing or spin-off companies, we can just use this and utilize our innovation for other parts. But let's make a quick comparison between what I mean by open innovation and the traditional paradigm of closed innovation. Closed innovation in the past, we used to use our smart people in the field. They work for us, for our company, they innovate and they invent for our company. However, the open innovation say no. You don't have to use your own smart people, but you can use everyone smart people in the field work for us. So we just need to create a platform or a partnership or collaboration or co-creation. This is the core of our topic today, co-creation. To ask smart people everywhere, not necessarily to be in our company, to work with our smart people and try to create something new. And also the old paradigm of closed innovation is to get profit using our R&D section or department. So our research and development try to work hard, try to discover something, develop it, and ship it to the world. Try to sell this new innovation. But the open innovation paradigm, no, we try to also use, in addition to using our internal R&D, we try to create external R&D as well, to create significant value to help us and create value for our customer. So the closed innovation principle used to be, if we discover it by ourselves, we will get it to the market first. That is the old way of thinking, that we should try hard to find and discover new idea by ourselves so that we can be a pioneer in the market, so we can launch our new product in the market, we'll be the first in the market. But the open innovation is, on the contrary to that, is We don't have to originate this research to profit from it. We can ask others to help us, not necessarily in our company, not necessarily our engineers or experts or professionals, but we can originate it from the help of others as well. The closed innovation paradigm also, if we can create the most and the best idea in the industry, so we will win. That is, we used to think before. So we try to innovate, come up with something novel, original, a new product that has not been done before, and that will help us to win in the competition. So we get advantage over our competitors. But open innovation has a different opinion. They said that no, if you make the best use of the internal and the external there, then you win. Not, don't rely mainly on your internal ideas. So you need to listen to others. Others may be other customers, other companies, anyone who expert that can provide or source outsourcing some ideas to our business. Finally, in this quick comparison, we should control our intellectual property. That's why we used to think before, because in the technology world, you need to protect your IP, intellectual property. So you don't want your competitor to know about this. You don't know your competitor to know about your profit and your ideas. But open innovation has a different view, which is no, we should profit from others' use of our intellectual property as well, and we should buy other intellectual property whenever it advances our business model. Right. Okay. The question now is, after this quick comparison, we may come up with some benefits. You can reduce the R&D cost. You can work in synergy between internal and external innovation. You can improve your productivity as a business. You can increase your customer satisfaction, and you can work closely with customer, and you can do market research to develop new product and so on. But the question is there any drawbacks to this kind of open innovation? Any threats that the company may face if we take the open innovation and co-creation approach? The answer is unfortunately yes. Because in the open innovation process, you may need to reveal some information that not intended for sharing. Yeah, because when you try to come up with a new model for a car design or any other products, so you may want to reveal some kind of information, and that is a little bit threatening to our business. And also, you may lose competitive advantage to competitors, because competitors are watching, competitors are getting access to your company intellectual property, and they may abuse this kind of information. Since you are taking this approach, you are exposing everything to the world, exposing your company strategy to the external parties, and that may shape some kind of threats to your business. Also, you may lose some talent individuals to the competitors. So everything comes with a cost. That's why we need to think how to overcome this kind of a challenge when we are taking the open innovation and co-creation approach. You need to redesign your strategies in order to incorporate the benefits and try to deal with the threats, try to build some protective system, and try to using the best use of the external innovation and reduce this kind of things. Why I choose this particular topic today? Because I'm from the branding research area in the marketing field, and in 2022, me, myself, and contributors from over the world, we actually managed to publish a book on brand co-creation, a research handbook on brand co-creation by Edward Elgar. And this book is already published and available on the website of the British publisher Edward Elgar, and also available in Amazon. It's about 24 chapters contributed from all over the world. We talk about co-creation and how co-creation can help business performance in terms of financial performance, in terms of customer satisfaction, in terms of creating innovation and new products that satisfy customer, and so on. And that's why I select this topic today as an important topic for people working in technology, since we're presenting today for Halida Institute of Technology to show the importance of co-creation and open innovation for business. I try to make it short because I want to give you a few minutes if you like to ask any question. Thank you so much for your cordial invitation. I'm really happy and glad to be part of this event today. I really hope everyone enjoy this short talk, and I'm happy to receive any questions if you have. Thank you so much.
Professor Ahmed, we have just from the conference committee, we have a request that the thing is the next speaker will be over here from 12 p.m. onwards. Okay. So the question and answer session will start from 11:50. So from it's right now 11:40 to 11:50, sir. I will request, as you have discussed from your experience, sir. Now I'll request for the next 10 minutes, as most of the audience over here are students. So right from West Africa to Australia to Malaysia and Southeast Asia, if you for the next 10 minutes kindly share on the business strategies being taken by companies, by corporates from this vast region in the current VUCA world, sir. So for the next 10 minutes, please, sir, continue with your speech, giving examples from the corporate world, mostly in the form of case studies. That will be very useful for the students, sir. Sir, please.
All right. Okay. Okay. So again, to reiterate, you want me to talk about the business strategy that we use in different regions in the world, right?
Yes, sir. This can.
All right. Okay. Okay. So as you all know, that is competition is fierce, and being a business, whether a small business or medium or large or MNC multinational corporation, managers or decision maker or policy maker need to think of what kind of strategy to adapt in order to compete with our fierce competitors or major competitors. Basically, there are a few kind of strategies that has been followed, and also it is maybe culture has a role to play in this. So in Western Africa countries, is the Middle East, business goals is to reach, of course, to reach what the market share, to make profits, to try to have a good brand reputation, and in order to reach all those business or financial goals, they need to have a plan. They need to also start. I have never seen any business that can start by analyzing themselves first, which I mean the SWOT analysis, the strengths and the weaknesses, the opportunities and threats. This process is really important, regardless of where the business operates, in the Middle East or in Asia or in Australia. First of all, business has to first stand on the current situation, meaning that they need to analyze their strengths and weaknesses to reach their goals before writing or planning to putting their objective. They try to analyze first what are our strengths. Strengths can be the brand name. Strength can be the resources. Strength can be the professionals that you have. Strength can be the resources that the company possess. And what are the weaknesses on the other hand? So companies need to evaluate this. What are the strengths and weaknesses, and also what are the opportunities that may we get best to seize this kind of opportunities, and what are the threats that we are uh, uh, dealing with, like economical crisis and political instability, or this is kind of in the Middle East, because this region kind of uh, there are many kind of conflict over there, and this kind of conflict, economical crisis may affect the business. Of course, there are many business already shut down, and they cannot sustain or survive in this kind of disputes and conflict. So this is a common thing that I have seen in many companies. Is first is the SWOT analysis, or the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and also how to create a competitive advantage over others. And this is whereby business can look at which strategy to choose in order to capitalize on our strengths. After we analyze our current situation, we know our strengths, we need to capitalize on this kind of strengths in order to have our competitive advantage. Many kind of business strategy. For example, some organizations use what is known as the cross-selling strategy. So customer try to buy something, but you are, as a business, try to refer him or her to another kind of product that may be attached or linked or associated with the product he or she is trying to buy. Okay, so in this cross-selling, that you offer the company, over the business, that the customer extra products. You know the customer, because based on the history, versus history, based on the CRM, customer relationship management software you have, and the database, you already knew about what the customer is preferring, and you try to increase the profit from this kind of customer, because this customer is considered a golden or a valuable customer to you. So this is, for example, one strategy is try to do the cross-selling. Another strategy, you may find this kind of strategy in a different part of the world, is like, for example, Southeast Asia and Korea and Taiwan, and this kind of a little bit advanced company. You can see that they may follow the trying to come up with the most innovative product. So not following cross-selling like other region, but they try to particularly come up with the most innovative, especially in the car industry, automotive industry, and try to be the most innovative company in the world. Like already we know Samsung and other organizations, they are developing the most innovative product to be the only one in the main player in the market. Okay, and some companies try to rely in their strategy on improving customer services. Like, for example, Amazon now is they provide like 24-hour deliveries. They deliver the product very fast, and some kind of online retailer, many retailers in different parts of the world, like in North America, they try to focus more on how to create a very high quality customer services, how to build strong reputation based on the exceptional customer services. In this kind of strategy, they are different from cross-selling. They are different from being innovative. Yeah, you can be innovative also in customer service. You need to provide something new as well. And this kind of maybe also for a small or medium-sized business can help them to grow if they really focus on improving customer services. As I mentioned, so many online retailers, they follow this approach. Some companies also try to use the pricing strategies, being the lowest in the market, or is known as cost leadership strategy. Cost leadership is like in UK, for example, when you go to the high street and you can see that £1 land or £1 shop is this is or Primark retailer. Primark retailer is already famous with a very cheap product. You can buy clothes, you can buy shoes, you can buy any other product at a low price, very low price. We know that there are kind of association between price and quality. So customer in this segment, they know that they are not really buying the best quality because of the price is a little bit too low, but that is what they need. In this segment, they are actually price sensitive consumers. So price sensitive consumer, meaning that they really care about how much they are going to pay for this product. So companies following this strategy try to follow the cost leadership. Cost leadership being the lowest in the market. Prices are very low, and we need to sell as much as we can, higher volume of products, so that we can make profit margin at a very low price. Many companies, as I said, Boundland and Primark in UK, they are following this kind of approaches. Another strategy I also found in especially in the banking industry is how to improve customer retention, how to reduce customer switching, or also in the telecommunication companies, how to keep, for example, Vodafone or Orange company, how to keep our customer not to switch to other customers. So you may follow a particular strategy to retain your customer, then spending money to attract a new one, because it's very costly for business, and especially in the banking industry, to attract a new customer, because you need to spend a lot of money on advertising and for reaching out to the customer. Comparing to the retaining the current customer is going to be a very less costly compared to attracting a new one. And I think also among other prices, other strategies, that is really, this one you can find in Europe, especially in the fashion brands in Europe, and in some really developed countries, which is a product differentiation. Is how to make our product unique. This is a very important, very important strategy for business working in the luxury brands, for example, like Gucci and Louis Vuitton and so on. They try to focus on how to make our product unique, how to make our product strong, favorable to the customer, by focusing on the differentiation. What is the unique selling proposition for that? What makes us unique? Following this kind of a strategy, that you can differentiate your product by highlighting the fact that you have a superior, for example, technology made this kind of fashion or clothes. It's made from green products, for example, or organic products, for example. It is not harmful, it's not harmful for the environment. So all these kind of strategies can differentiate your product to make your product unique and favorable, and with a strong brand name. We already know some kind of brand name like which is Anita, the product Bath and Walk, owned by Anita, which is using only organic product to create or to produce its products. So there are so many strategies around the world. Uh, as I mentioned, a few of them. I hope you can yeah, I hope you can you ask me any question if you like, because the strategy can goes on and on. So I choose few of them only based on my experience in different regions.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Professor Bhattacharya.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ahmed, for sharing your experience, sharing your thoughts, sir. Okay, unfortunately, we had some internet and technical issues. Things happen in this manner only. Rather, it's a learning for the students that they should know that, okay, there will be always ups and it's a learning for the students. I'll definitely tell them that there will be always ups and downs, whether it's in your career, whether it's in your business,
Yeah.
maybe technical, maybe economical, maybe financial, maybe personal, but you'll have to go on. And that's in the manner the international conference is going on. So now I will request my senior colleague, Professor Indranil Bandyopadhyay, who is our professor of finance at the department, to kindly share his thoughts, share his conclusions, share his vote of thanks on this great speech of Professor Ahmed. But sir, before that, Professor Bandyopadhyay, I have just one point only that let me ask. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes only. Let me ask the students if the students have any question on that. Okay. So students, do you have any questions? Just 2 questions, as the time is short. Dear students, do you have any question? Another 30 seconds, we shall wait, students. Hello? Yeah? Does anybody have any question? Does anybody have any question? Okay. I'll hand it over to my senior colleague, Professor Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay. Sir, kindly deliver your vote of thanks to Professor Ahmed Rage's this great speech. Sir, please.
I think I'm audible. Hello. Am I audible?
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are very much.
Yes.
Fine. So now I want to extend my heartiest thanks to Professor Dr. Ahmed Rages Ismail for brief as well, but very valuable insight about the creation, recreation aspects, innovation, value addition, all these aspects regarding marketing of a product. He very rightly pointed out that value addition is always, it is a great tool for the companies to enhance the product quality and the demand for the product. And for that, he emphasized on basically innovation and R&D, which is, I think, all the companies in the world they're following. But one unique approach he has suggested, that is co-creation approach, that is by sharing information. That means no single company should go for a big project, but if they can collaborate with some other company by sharing the information, it both adds up to the financial advantage for both the companies, as well as new brand may come up with the brainstorming of both the companies' experts. Now he has written a book on brand creation, which will come up shortly, for which I extend my thanks to Professor Ismail. And he also told that another new way he has suggested, that is high quality customer service, what Amazon is following. He told that Amazon is delivering within 24 hours within in USA, but where there is for the other country, they always try to speed up their delivery. So customer satisfaction is the ultimate thing. And he also has suggested another unique thing, that if the business means those who are direct seller, if they can influence the customer to switch their decision. Their decision means, say, customers came to buy with a mindset, a particular product. But if the businessman can switch his decision for a higher quality product with same utility, and then the customer may have a very high faith on that business, on that product, on that brand, on that company itself. Now it is a unique line of thinking from his part. Lastly, he had given the example of banking industry and other industries where actually switching from one brand to other, it is very important. But for the banking industries to handle the new customers, that is also a very tough season, tough aspect for them. And finally, he concluded with the cost aspect, which we all know basically that the cost of production must be kept minimized so that the profit margin is enhanced as well as the business is in a smooth way. Okay, so I tried to sum up Professor Ahmed's valuable speech, whatever I have apprehended. So again, there is a lot of thanks to Professor Ahmed for his valuable speech. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time sharing with us.
Thank you very much. Highly appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for such a wonderful session. There were technical issues, but I'm very sure the audience have read this presentation. We have it with your very much valuable. Thank you, my Dr. I. Bondaman,
Thank you very much.
for summing up this wonderful session. Now, I am the co-pilot of this virtual academic journey. I am now, excuse me, I am your co-pilot of Janil and taking you for this virtual journey. We are taking off Cairo and we are now landing in Kathmandu. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now it's my recipients to invite Mr. Shubhajit Sandal, a separate personality, the corporate, a brief introduction. A master of business administration from the university, and then he was acted as the area sales manager, IECI India Limited. Here, he was product consultant at the National Trans Communication Limited in United Kingdom, followed by entered the academic field as an assistant professor at IIMT Oxford Brookes University, and then he served as a senior lecturer at Handbook College. He is a program leader at the British College, Kathmandu, and he also worked as a chief executive officer at Itahari International College. He is the educational training consultant. He was worked in the period of 2020 at White House Graduate School of Management. An accomplished corporate and sales trainer, he has already imparted in leading companies. An eminent speaker on discipline, he had many conferences and very present sessions. He is a shipper and played national ticket organized with distinction. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Sanyal to please share his thoughts with us and the virtual. Thank you so much.
So before this, Professor Sanyal, just for a minute only. Am I audible to you all? Professor Sanyal, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
So, thanks a lot to my colleague, Professor Adrilin Chhatra, for giving a brief introduction about him. And yeah, there are some technical issues going on today, time and again, but still the conference will go on. And one thing to add, because I share a very good relationship with him, with Professor Sanyal, just one point to add. Professor Sanyal has got extensive experience. He had worked in UK, that is England, He had worked in the Middle East. He had worked at Bhutan and Nepal, and he had also trained at Southeast Asia and India. So, from a vast experience, he has got from a vast area, he has got his experience. So, I'll request Professor Sanyal to any speech to kindly share his experience and examples from the corporate world of this vast area. So, as said by my colleague Professor Adrian Satra, ladies and gentlemen, here we are right from Cairo. We have landed over there at Kathmandu. Professor Sanyal, please, the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, Professor Adrinil and Professor Saurav. Uh, and first of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all. An honorable principal, HOD and registrar sir, respected faculty members, and dear students. A very good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I want to thank the organizing committee of this international conference for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this very important topic, which perfectly fits into the present context of the cataclysmic upheaval that we are facing almost on a day-to-day basis. Am I audible to you all? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Thank
Yes.
you. So our topic is rethinking business strategies by reshaping business perspective in the current business environment. This topic is very close to my heart. I'm sure you will all agree with me that strategy, even in normal times, is hard. Strategy, when everything around us seems to be moving in an uncertain and unpredictable way, can start to feel almost impossible. Today, I will talk about how do you start to navigate strategy with a very pragmatic approach for business trying to do their best in the uncertain environment. The introduction of the current pandemic that shut down physical interaction provided an accelerator to the pulse of this transformational trend. This exacerbated pulse of operational adjustments produced ripple effects on other processes and factors of production throughout enterprises as well. As was experienced in previous digital initiatives, organizations realized that embedding technologies to facilitate a process was not simply a plug-and-play endeavor. Complexities existed from having to manage complementary activities that were beyond pure technological adjustments and had to be addressed. During the pandemic era, strategy, creative ideas had to be generated, a plan of action put in place, and ongoing deliberations of project implementations conducted, all in an expedited manner. How far back the digital world slips when the coronavirus outbreak subsides depends a lot on consumers. But where we end up also depends on whether organizations succeed in moving from today's forced adoption of digital technologies to adopting new ways of working to create significant and lasting change. Hence, I will try to present a more holistic view of the subject area by addressing the entire gamut of issues that directly or indirectly impacts the global business environment, rather than focusing only on the digital transformation of the business driven by the COVID-19 pandemic. I shall be dwelling more on the ecological factor within our business environment framework that is adversely affecting our business, which in turn is offsetting our economy in the longer run. The World Economic Forum's 2020 Global Business Risk Report identified environmental risks as the main threat to economic growth and prosperity, in stark contrast to its 2010 assessment, in which environmental risks were not even discussed. Business risks and ecological crises are now more clearly linked, leading to dramatic shocks and irreversible tipping points. It is pertinent to mention here that I have excluded the impact of war between Russia and Ukraine on business, although I am sure that the critics may argue that the devastation caused by the war has worsened the already fragile ecosystem in which the global business thrives. So let's dwell on the issue of business at a time of transformation. The world is witnessing dramatic changes in the environment, in technology, in the economy, and in society. Business as usual is no longer acceptable. And the question is how long the world can continue pursuing consumption and growth predicated on ever-increasing efficiencies. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified concerns about the highly interconnected and vulnerable state of the global economy, the relationship with nature, and the prospects for each living being on this planet, including people to survive and to thrive. This concern is not new. For decades, science has pointed out the problems associated with material, linear, fossil fuel-based economic growth. The overwhelming evidence from the reports suggests that human beings are already putting people's survival at risk. Not only are we driving catastrophic climatic change and increasing pollution, but we are also driving an unprecedented loss of biodiversity, the rich variety of life that is essential for the stability and resilience of all ecosystems. This scientific consensus has also been translated into high-level political commitments, including the Paris Agreement, leading up to a global deal for nature and the business ambition for 1.5 degrees centigrade. Despite recent progress and growing momentum, the global community, including business and government, has failed to take the transformative actions necessary for human survival. Dominant responses remain focused on the pursuit of short-term financial and economic recovery and growth as a driver for progress, even if this growth comes at the expense of the planet's natural resources and long-term well-being. With this well-being now dramatically and perhaps irreversibly undermined, there is a need to question the thinking and systems that got the world to this point. It is clear that a resilient economy must be the one that prioritizes and supports the well-being of nature and people. This emerging movement is a source of hope and inspiration, as it might help guide business towards a new type of economy. But for businesses stuck in the conventional economic thinking and locked into linear fossil fuel-based practices, this transformative change towards a positive relationship with nature poses existential challenges. To navigate and survive the coming decades of transformative change, every business will need to harness all the ingenuity, creativity, and imagination they can muster. We will need CEOs and entrepreneurs to steer the economy and their businesses away from relying on the exploitation of nature and people and towards a new model of prosperity based on green and regenerative principles. It is time for leaders in business to overhaul this purpose, plans and strategies for this new context, and explore different futures, engage with new partners, and create space for experimentation. With so much at stake, clinging to business as usual is not just risky, but a narrow and irresponsible approach. The only way to prepare for the future is to explore how companies can take on a nature-positive approach starting today. The scale and pace of change is unprecedented. Business leaders know that their success depends on healthy people, resilient societies, productive natural systems, and a stable climate. Yet all of these are now under threat. Energy systems predominantly burn fossil fuels, and the negative impact on our climate is clearly evident. The production and consumption of energy must change because the carbon dioxide emitted over the last 150 years has already increased global average temperature to 1.1 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level. Global energy-related greenhouse gas emissions have grown almost 60% since 1990. The impacts of climate change, including lengthy droughts, floods, and devastating fires, more intense hurricanes and tropical storms, damage to infrastructure because of changing trees, and rising sea level are already affecting commerce and daily life. Poorer countries are likely to be more severely impacted than rich ones. To avoid the most dramatic of these impacts, global greenhouse gas emissions will need to fall by half by 2030 and reach net zero, about an 80% reduction in energy-related emissions by mid-century. That is roughly equivalent to achieving each year to 2050 the approximately 8% emission reductions caused by the global lockdown during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. Business will be affected by the dramatic reductions of fossil fuels used for power and heat generation, transport and industrial processes that are necessary in the next few years. Rapid penetration of renewable energy, electrification of transport and industrial processes, and decarbonization of energy and resource-intensive economic sectors are required to meet these reduction targets of 50% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. The global food system also needs to change radically to provide more and healthier food for a growing global population. The world will need 50% more food in 2050 to feed the nearly 10 billion people who will be on the planet then. At the same time, it will need to reduce the environmental impact of food production by about 2/3. Estimates show that this can be achieved in part by reducing the nearly 1/3 of food that is wasted each year and by increasing regenerative agriculture and plant diets by 30 to 50%. This would reduce impacts such as half of habitable land and 70% of extracted fresh water are currently used to produce food, and 70% of farmland is used for meat production. Food production is responsible for 70% of biodiversity loss through land use change, habitat fragmentation, overexploitation, illegal wildlife trade, and invasive species. Desertification and land degradations are shrinking land resources with impacts on human health, well-being, and food security, especially for those populations in poorer rural areas that are most dependent on land for their livelihood and food. Pollution and climate change, driven in part by food production, are also driving a mass extinction of species, including a decline in species vital to food production, such as bees and other pollinators. Recent assessments describe a lost decade for nature, where almost all of the global biodiversity targets set in 2010 have been missed, putting $44 trillion of economic value generation at risk. Business involved in food production, transport, or provisions will likely need to change to accommodate new regenerative agriculture techniques, reductions in the use of pesticides, herbicides, and synthetic fertilizers, technologies to reduce food waste, and changing dietary habits that rely less on the consumption of meat. Finally, the linear take-make-waste economic systems extracts natural resources and produces waste at rates that are not sustainable. I'd like to give a snapshot of this problem. Global extraction of natural resources increased from 27.1 to 92.1 billion tons between 1970 and 2017, while the most recent data from the mining and metal sector shows that 90 billion tons of mine waste was generated by their activities in 2014 alone. 8 million tons of plastics are added to the oceans each year. Globally, between 70 to 10 billion tons of urban waste is generated each year, despite many cities in low-income countries lacking safe and environmentally sound waste management systems. Business will need to extend the useful lifetime of products, design them for disassembly, source more recycled or reclaimed materials, change to supply chains that are more circular, accommodate customer preferences for products as service, and conform to policies to ban single-use products such as plastics. The picture that emerges is that we are in need of deep transformation of social and economic systems to avoid the worst of the anticipated ecological damage. Failing to transform the way energy, food, and resources are produced and consumed will result in deep environmental impacts, in particular for populations living in poverty, with frequent natural disasters, much of the planet's biodiversity lost or irreversibly impacted, and coastal cities having to deal with rising sea levels. Environmental change also brings direct negative impacts to human health, food security, and freshwater availability. The major independent expert-led global assessments have shown that planetary health and human health are intimately linked. Like 6 to 7 million people per year die prematurely from indoor and outdoor air pollution. 60% of all new infectious diseases are coming from animals, a situation that COVID-19 has only amplified. About 1.4 million people die each year from preventable diseases such as diarrhea and intestinal parasites that are found in pathogen polluted drinking water, often produced by unsafe sanitation. Antimicrobial resistance from overuse of antibiotics for medical users and in the food system is likely to become the leading cause of death by 2050. Transformative changes to reduce carbon emissions and loss of biodiversity between 2020 and 2050 would have significant positive impacts on the global economy and human health, saving about $54.1 trillion. Much of these savings occur in India to the tune of $3.3 to 8.4 trillion and China to the tune of 0.3 to 2.3 trillion through lower rates of illness and death from air pollution alone. The more the climate changes, air and water are polluted, and biodiversity is lost, the greater the damage to health and economy. The global economic system is locked into a pattern of environmental damage. The alarming situation we found ourselves in suggests that even with the reduced resources used during the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, the pattern of environmental damage is still hardwired into the global economic system. Economic systems keep the world locked into a development pathway where positive changes and innovations are offset by continued growth of material consumption and pollution. Avoiding this environmental damage and its dramatic consequences requires something fundamentally different from incremental reductions in emissions and biodiversity loss. It requires new ways of thinking and models of production and consumption that reduce pressures on the environment while increasing human well-being, social and economic value. Moving the economy out of these locked-in pathways requires deep transformative changes in how the economy has been collectively organized. This is not a new insight, but acting upon it is extremely complex, contested and challenging. For example, the internal combustion engine, the foundation of personal transportation systems, shows how path dependency in economic sectors and organizations prevents deliberate sustainability transitions. Because of its centrality, virtually all vehicle manufacturers, at least until very recently, considered it rational to keep investing in the gradual improvement of the engine's effectiveness and efficiency. The result is gentle progress in resource decoupling that reduce the use of resources to build vehicles and make engine more fuel efficient, but which does not match the growing size, features, number and uses of vehicles. The ultimate effect is that all efforts focused on innovation and efficiency are invested in the dominant technology and economic model. They reinforce the status quo, continue to produce more pollution, and strengthen this locking. At a certain point, the efficiency gained through if innovation reach their limits. A fossil fuel powered engine is dependent on fossil fuels and will always produce some emissions. Even worse, at some point, complexity will and lock-in will make it increasingly difficult and expensive to achieve further improvements. For businesses operating in such end-of-life contexts, shifting to completely new business models that are based on different types of resources, technologies, value propositions, and market structure is further complicated by sunk investments in equipments, personnel and assets, as well as legal and collaborative commitments towards providers, partners, or buyers. But businesses in such contexts are vulnerable and will be potentially outcompeted soon by better alternatives. Add to this the pressure of policy and markets to address the environmental damage, and we have a recipe for transformative change. This perspective on transformative change calls for new strategies that anticipate possible disruptions and focus on ways to help guide and accelerate desired transformations. Transformative policies create an enabling environment for society and business to work together to build a better world on the other side of the pandemic. Let's throw some light on the emerging key sustainability transitions. Looking beyond the current disruptions to the critical transitions needed according to the fifth Global Biodiversity Outlook, there is an evidence of sustainability transitions emerging in systems, including food production, energy generation, mobility, and resource use. These transitions build on social and political support, technological innovation, economies of scale, and engaged entrepreneurs. They might lead rapidly to completely different, economically sustainable futures. Such changes bring shock and uncertainty, but also great economic business opportunities for rebuilding nature and increasing well-being. The new energy transition is driven by ever-intensifying focus on deep decarbonization and the exponential growth of renewables that between them threaten current fossil fuel investments, future profits, and existing business models, as well as centralized control of energy systems. Some incumbents have leaned into this change with great success. Denmark's Dong Energy sold almost all of its fossil fuel interest and is now thriving as a sustainable energy business, on track to be carbon neutral in energy generation and operations by 2025. Others such as RWE and Eons have had to write off billions of dollars and break up to separate stranded assets, mainly investments in coal and lignite from cleaner parts of their businesses. Many major energy players are now rapidly shifting course. In August 2020, British Petroleum announced its plan to transform itself into an integrated energy company, investing US dollar billion per year in low carbon energy and raising its renewable generating capacity to 50 gigawatts by 2030 up from 2.5 gigawatts in 2019. Companies in the value chain of natural gas are looking to reposition gas as a transitional fuel with infrastructure that still remains relevant in a world of green hydrogen and biomethane. Decades of social concern about waste, especially plastic pollutions, have finally enabled a policy push to encourage business to move to circular economy model, new materials, designs, and reduced packaging. The economic benefits of moving to a circular economy are also being realized. Set up in 2018, the platform for accelerating the circular economy now comprises 75 public, civic, and private sector leaders and over 200 members. Supported by the World Resource Institute, the platform is working to champion projects in key waste areas such as textiles, plastics, food, and electronic wastes. Initiative focused on plastic waste, including the enhanced biodiversity and use more circular and nature positive practices, have been emerging in parallel with new technological concepts to produce food efficiently and at large scale, while significantly reducing environmental impacts and dependencies, such as through sustainable fisheries. In the market for plant-based meat alternatives, changing preferences have led to an 11% increase in sales in the past year and 20% over the past 2 years, growing the market to $5 billion. Plant-based protein is becoming price competitive with the industrial meat market. The health benefits and escalating concerns about the links between meat consumption and negative impacts on human health are also stimulating consumer interest. Some companies have now committed to achieving full circularity by or before 2030. Big brands in the clothing industry have also recently launched trial fashion rental services that are proving very popular. Importantly, policy commitments from government are emerging, like the multi-annual financial framework of the European Union, which provides 30% of its budget towards green transitions, working to create a new market for bio-based and circular materials, enabling new business models based on use rather than product ownership. New ways to produce food that build on sustainable principles and regenerate soils. Major food manufacturers such as Unilever are driving sustainability principles in their supply chains. Fast food companies, including McDonald's and Burger King, have introduced plant-based choices. UK supermarket Tesco is leading efforts to reduce food waste and responding to growing consumer demand for plant-based, organic, and seasonal foods. Behavioral changes are also creating space for local and regional alternative companies with local and organic food cooperatives as well as community-supported agriculture and markets. These changes point to transformations in how energy, products, and food are produced and consumed and how waste is managed, with many opportunities emerging for businesses to further improve their environment sustainability. So how do we move towards a nature positive economy? These emerging sustainability transitions all help business break away from a locked-in, linear, extractive, and fossil fuel-based economy towards a future economy that creates value for nature and people. This model is referred to as a nature positive economy, an economy that is regenerative, collaborative, and where growth is only valued where it contributes to social progress and environmental protection. Importantly, it is not dependent on fossil fuels for energy, on extracting and wasting resources, or on exploiting people and communities to create value. It takes into account the gender and social economic factors of humanity. A healthy environment offers the best guarantee for human health and a high quality of life. So a nature positive economy must also be a human-centered economy focused on well-being. The future that the world must collectively pursue means rethinking current dependency and impacts on others and environment and working towards nature positive forms of production and consumption. The nature positive economy tries to capture the core ideas of planetary boundaries, donut economies, the well-being economy, the circular economy, the sharing economy, and the bio-based economy, to name a few. These concepts try to address challenges around resource use, labor, trade, value, and products and consumptions, and offer longer-term visions that inspire new ways of living as well as new products and services. These innovative approaches and the leaders putting them into practices anticipate an economy in which energy, resources, food, water, transportation, healthcare, shelter, and opportunities are provided in a way that rebuilds nature and protects people. A way in which business is rewarded for creating positive value for nature and in which negative impacts are desensitized. This inspiring idea of generating positive impact for nature and people can be the starting point for any business to start exploring its own role, position, and contribution. This journey starts with business models that generate positive impacts for employees, communities, and the natural environment within which business operates. In energy, food, mobility, and resource use, there are already technologies, business models, and market emerging that operate this way. These business models are regenerative, seeking to contribute to creating positive impacts for nature and people, and to help address persistent ecological and social challenges in order to be profitable. They are collaborative, based on cooperation with diverse group of stakeholders to create social and ecological value, and they often support shared value creations such as community or public goods and services. They are transformative, helping to shift context that pertains to policy, inspire new products, models, and practices that pertains to business, improve awareness, understanding, and impacts that pertains to research, and change demand preferences and ownership that pertains to consumers. These business models are connected across geographies, leveraging digital technologies, knowledge networks, and infrastructure to support innovation, learning, and collaboration. Whether through brands, communities, or goals, individual businesses identify with a community within which they create shared value propositions, identity, and purpose seated in their local context. A nature positive economy is translocal, globally connected through technology and markets, and locally rooted in community and context. For example, the global market for new energy technologies and market is empowering cities and communities to fuel their own energy transitions in housing and transport. This global push for sustainability transitions create an enabling business environment for new type of entrepreneurship, for purpose-driven businesses that are committed to delivering positive impact for societal challenges. For most businesses, especially those with high dependency on natural resources and social capital, and whose costs are currently externalized, this new model presents an important challenge. For those that fail to adapt, survival is at stake. Amplified by a global pandemic, there is now a struggle for business survival and recovery. At the same time, there is an unmistakable global push to build back better. In this transformation, policy, business, and society need to change the rules of the game while they are playing it. So how to reach this new future? Let us take a minute to ponder over this. The science is clear, and the potential for transitioning to a nature positive economy is real. Humanity simply cannot afford to lose another decade. The world can and must seize the momentum and mobilize public investments to stimulate this transformative change, including empowering women in the economy and closing gender gaps in the world of work. The United Nations set out 6 principles to build back better, capturing what is required. The huge amounts of money to be spent on recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic must deliver new jobs and businesses through a clean green transition. Where taxpayers' money is used to rescue businesses, it must be tied to achieving green jobs and sustainable growth. Fiscal firepowers must drive a shift from the grey to the green economy, empowering societies and people to be more resilient. Public funds should be used to invest in the future, not the past, and flow to environmentally sustainable sectors and projects that help the environment and the climate. Fossil fuel subsidies must end, and polluters must start paying for their pollution. Climate risks and opportunities must be incorporated into the financial systems as well as all aspects of public policy making and infrastructures. All need to work together as an international community. This clear call to an action from the United Nations draws on experiences and transition strategies already formulated by a number of countries, such as European countries such as Austria, Germany, and Portugal, as well as Chile, New Zealand, and South Korea, have set targets to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 or earlier. And they have pledged to design enabling policy that will help industries and society transform in line with the Paris Agreement. Countries as diverse as China, France, Singapore, and Israel have set dates for some type of ban on petrol and diesel cars within next 2 decades, with Norway committing to as early as 2025. Other countries, such as Ethiopia, have created strategies for policies, industry, and society to develop a climate-resilient green economy by 2025. That economy will be based on improving food security, protecting and restoring forests and the ecosystem services, and accelerating the expansion of renewable sources of electricity. The Swedish parliament has implemented a 50% tax break for repairs on goods like clothes and bicycles, while people can claim back half the labor cost of appliance repair through their income tax return. It remains to be seen whether the global pandemic recovery will help pivot business towards the environmental sustainability that many are hoping for. To make this change, there is need to transform the economy together, and in this business can and must lead. Let's take a minute to ponder over the role of business in achieving transformation change. While business has been severely disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated economic crisis, and it therefore also has an interest in a return to normal, this moment does not have to be a return to business as usual. There is an opportunity for the business community to help lead economies towards a nature positive state. Businesses that are able to leverage this time to explore, experiment, collaborate, and ultimately begin to adapt to change will be ahead of others. This is as true for small and medium-sized enterprises in services and supply chains as it is for large corporations. What that means in practices will be different for every business, as the policy, market, and social drivers that accelerate sustainability transitions are context and sector dependent. But three underlying mechanisms provide entry point for strategizing to support transformative change. First of them is build up. Actions that help develop, professionalize, scale, and institutionalize nature positive transformations, innovations, technologies, and business models to the level of society, markets, organizations, and regions. Change and adapt. Actions that lead to adaptation, adjustments, and realignment of existing business models, regulations, instruments, and conditions to accommodate this transformative change. And finally, phase out. Actions that anticipate phase out of certain technologies, market collapse, and disappearing practices, changing consumer preferences and institutional conditions inherent to transformative changes. The impact of these transformative forces will be big, but these strategic risks have now become systemic, meaning that change driven by nature or society or both will lead to disruptive and transformative market shifts. Failing to create an individual transformative pathway is the business future. There is no long-term basis for businesses that operates at the expense of nature and people. How to make business thrive? Because each company's journey to become nature positive will be different. This discussion offers some basic steps and questions that will start any businesses on that journey. Companies that are preparing to address the challenges and opportunities in the transition to a nature positive approach are closer to the social expectations and the preference of key customer groups and are already building the mindset and capacities to compete in this new economy. By contrast, the transition will be much more disruptive for those missing or ignoring the signals. They will struggle to win back customers, funders, and talents whose priorities will have shifted. We need to understand the baseline. To start, business leaders and owners must look at where they currently are. What is the contribution of the business to national and global emissions, and how can business shift to renewable electricity? How can the business eliminate waste streams, recycle and reuse resources, and become a more circular businesses? What are the environmental goals of the nations where the business operates, and how can it contribute to this? Can the business have a positive impact on nature and contribute to rebuilding and regenerating nature in the locations where it operates? What can the business do through its products, services, and practices to improve human well-being and community resilience? How can the business educate consumers on the value chain of products and their impacts? What is the future of products, and how do we shift to making them longer lasting, reusable, or even obsolete in favor of more sustainable business practice or products? How can the business engage with local communities to support social and nature positive economic development. This realism will enable a company to evaluate how viable its business model is in relation to the expected transformations in its sectors and markets. It can also explore key risks and opportunities relating to strategic and operational decisions, from where and how to procure raw materials and inputs, how to reduce costs and risk in production, and how to anticipate which services and products customer will no longer need or want. The need of the hour is to set a nature-focused purpose and strategy. To achieve this transformation, business leaders must review their core business assumptions, ask whether the natural and social systems upon which raw materials, talents, and capital rely are healthy and resilient, and consider what role they need to play to strengthen them. A company's purpose needs to reflect its unique contribution to delivering a nature positive outcome. This has been defined as a meaningful and enduring reason to exist that profitably contributes to a sustainable economy while protecting and restoring the social and environmental dependencies it relies upon across the value chain. Strategies that reflect this purpose set out the way the company will deliver its purpose through its business goals, performance measures, key activities, and roadmaps while reporting its contribution and impact. Many companies are committing to net zero emissions by 2050, which will require redefining their purpose and strategy away from fossil fuels and towards the goal of providing or relying on renewable energy. We need to establish nature-focused goals and report on performance. Adopting and delivering a nature-positive business strategy where human and environmental well-being are integral to business requires meaningful context and science-based targets and goals to focus efforts and measure progress. Context-based goals should result in a shift from short-term, purely financially driven metrics to those that measure the quality and the environmental sustainability of business growth. Such metrics should be supported by investors and financial market and enable research and innovation funding to be focused appropriately. These targets are already resulting in greater public awareness and some traceability initiatives, such as those that use blockchain technology to trace food sourcing, packaging, and distribution practices. Companies are also announcing the deployment of goal-setting initiatives and training to allow employees and stakeholders to contribute to their commitments to achieve carbon-neutral trajectories by 2050. We need to disrupt businesses from within. Many of the nature-positive disruptive business models and shifts with the potential to reshape industries are already here. Businesses that have recognized the emergence of the nature-positive economy and need to anticipate these shifts are able to transition out of activities that do not fit this future and are benefiting from positive reputational and investor attention. Key businesses are now disrupting by, for example, end use of petrochemicals in cleaning products or moving more towards producing and consuming renewable energy. Most businesses need time to adapt to new regulations and consumer trends and to commercialize new models and solutions. It is therefore best to create space internally to explore alternative nature-positive future beyond the existing business models as a way to anticipate future disruptions. Companies that refuse or are slow to understand these changes are the most vulnerable and will be hit hardest. We need to find new partners. No single business acting alone can drive these transformations, but business action plays a critical role alongside policy, markets, and society. Business organizations like the International Chamber of Commerce can strengthen the case for action and change, help generate business and policy breakthrough in social, economic, and technological areas, lower the cost of transition, and help scale nature-positive products, services, and business models. Other can shape business practices and products in entire sectors. The Forest Stewardship Council, for example, has dramatically changed business practices and products in the forest and paper industries. More and more companies are mobilizing support for some of the policies by calling on national governments to set a clear direction of net zero emissions by mid-centuries to help them speed up the pace of investment, innovation, and change. Today, most national business chambers of commerce and industry bodies have also dedicated groups to guide companies in their sectors on setting emissions and mitigating targets. We need to change the definition of success. Every board chair, CEO, and business owners will need to ask new questions about the impact, the role, and the future of their organization. These leaders must now widen their measures of success and develop partnership to include outcomes aligned with the health and well-being of people and nature. Whether one is a long-lived multinational corporations or a new small businesses, as the economy embarks on this nature-positive transformations, it is not only possible, but increasingly commercially desirable to question long-held assumptions about business growth, efficiency, consumption, and profitability. At the same time, business leaders must ensure their companies play their part in removing negative impacts on nature and society and join forces to contribute to collective well-being and resilience upon which human civilization and natural systems rely. Business is at the forefront of these nature positive transformations. Looking at the science and the state of the world today, there is only one direction it can take. The journey becomes as important as the destination itself. Transformational change doesn't happen overnight. And as with any long journey, flexibility and patience will be crucial. Companies and their leaders will face pressure from boards and shareholders, for instance, to continue operating in the same old way. But this moment in time is unique. Current circumstances demonstrate how vulnerable the economic system is and how connected people are to each other and to the planet. This is the time for rethinking longer term, for leadership, and for actions from all corners of society, but for business especially. I urge all our future business leaders to conduct their business responsibly and ethically, while keeping in mind the well-being of the people and the society at large, which will be the first step towards the transformative change that I have been frequently referring to during my entire discussion. Thanks for the patient hearing, and thank you very much for giving me this platform. Thank you.
Now, Shubhajit, Professor Sanyal, it was a great speech. Now, I'd like to
Thank you.
request, yeah, and I'd like to request my colleague, Professor Atrin Chapra, to carry on with the session. So, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, for your informative and thought-provoking discourse. You have highlighted what are the
Thank you.
desired transformation and the critical and substantial, sustainable transitions which are required at the corporate level and public policy making as well, which is expected to provide impetus to the manufacturing industries and the business houses as a whole. We have definitely accentuated ourselves with the idea how new materials, designs, and packaging are paving their way in the new economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request my senior colleague, Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay, to resume this very beautiful informative session. It's over to you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, now.
Thank you.
Mr. Shandal, I was simply listening to your speech
Thank you, sir.
with great attention because it was so informative and simply showing the path for the future course of action, what the business houses worldwide should adapt. Basically, you started with the business under uncertainty situation and specifically emphasizing the pandemic era, and there after that you told a very important aspect, that is not only the digitization mode, but business must think of some other ways also for sustainable development, basically.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir.
Now,
I did.
business risk and ecological environment effect, you have very beautifully correlated in your speech. These two, that is business
Thank you,
risk,
sir.
where the business risk arises and how it is because of how it is causing the ecological environmental damage, basically. one of the very important point, what you have important points, that is loss of biodiversity, which you have highlighted. That is really a headache for all the bioscientists of the world at present. And moreover, one very dangerous thing is that both the business houses as well as the governments of many countries, they have failed to take appropriate action as per the Paris
Absolutely, sir.
Agreement. And business success, basically, you rightly told that it depends on healthy people, healthy environment, and obviously, if health is, we know health is wealth, and if health is not there, healthy employee business will not get, healthy people will not business get, healthy customers will not get. So
Absolutely.
these are all very pertinent points. What you have brought out in your discussion. You have also told a very important thing, that is because of the global warming, we are frequently finding that is typhoons in China, Japan, in these regions, very frequent tornadoes. Those are hitting in USA, and basically the southern coast of USA. And cyclone, we are being the Indians, we are gradually finding how the nature is changing, how the cyclones are hitting every day, every time. And that is also very unexpectedly. The main thing is expected cyclone, expected natural calamities are easy to handle, but
Right, sir.
unexpected this type of natural calamities is very difficult to handle, and it affects not only the government, not only the people, but also the business circle in a very big way. And you again referred that 8% were business were hit severely in the pandemic, and they will suffer further drastically by 2030 if environmental impact, that means nature positive, that is attitude, is not taken care. Okay.
Absolutely.
If they don't follow that nature positive attitude or strategy. Then you pointed out one another important area, that is recycling, importance of recycling. That is very important. That is to eliminate the e-waste as well as all the natural wastes what the businesses are producing day by day, every day. Now, 6 to 7 lakhs people, you told that they die every year from pollution, and you have given few other figures, that is how they die out of the, that is diseases, which is basically animal-borne diseases. You mentioned in your speech, and what is the way out, that also you have discussed, to come out of this dire situation, dire state. That is, few states have given stress on organic food production and less dependence on fossil fuel in all aspects. And that is the nature friendly, nature positive economy. Many countries, they are actually following. In India also, we have one fully organic state, that is Sikkim. As you know, the Sikkim has
Yes, sir.
adopted this thing in India first,
Mhm.
and there is 6 strategies what UNO has adopted. That also you discussed in details.
Yes, sir.
Very excellently, you have discussed those 6 strategies, and
Thanks, sir.
three very important aspect you have discussed again. That is the change. If the business can change according to the demand of the society, demand of the nature, that is the way of sustainability for them. If they can adapt with the change of environment, change of demand, and gradually, one most important thing is that phase out of obsolete technology. Business has to
Absolutely.
know that how and when the obsolete technologies has to be finally phased out, and that is the basically the positive approach the business has to take for sustainable development and transition to nature positive approach. And lastly, what you told, what I feel that is the very important part, that is all the countries, different countries, there's different business chambers of commerce and industries. They should play a very vital role in all this aspect for implementation of all these things. Unless and until the business acts proactively for this change, unless and until they proactively accept this change, this adaptability, it is very difficult for the coming years for sustainable development of the business as well as for the entire world, specifically human being and animals. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Bandyopadhyay, just thanks a lot for the summary, sir. Then you will only deliver the vote of thanks. And Professor Sanyal, can you hear us?
Yes,
Because,
yes,
sir,
yes.
we can see your video actually. So I would like to just ask the students. Students, do you have any questions after this great session? Because sir has already delivered, Professor Sanyal. After that, Professor Bandyopadhyay, he has summarized his discussion, summarized his speech. Now everything is before you. So students, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, students?
May I just interrupt? May I just interrupt?
Please
Yeah.
carry on, please.
Oh, now I can understand the inertia on the part of students. Sometimes they get tongue tied. So I would rather like to because it was just one word in favor of Dr. Saurabh Bhattacharya. I would like to tell. I had bumped onto a very dynamic person about a decade back at Brainware Business School, and that is Saurabh. That point of time, I realized that this person has a great future ahead. He was a visionary person, and he had just come from industry. So I could foresee that he will, one day he will be a force to reckon with. And I'm happy, though we departed soon after, and I went to Bhutan. But in that very short stint, I realized that Saurabh had has a great future ahead. So I'm very happy by the progress he has made, and I'm very sure that he will definitely add value to to a very great organization that he's associated with. So I really want to thank Saurabh, because this topic is very close to my heart. And because Saurabh had requested me, I know that students may not ask questions, but I would take this opportunity to give few examples that I have seen in Britain. And in 2018, I had extended a short trip to Great Britain. I went on a conference, and that point of time, my fellow professors at University UE, like University of the West of England at Bristol. So in that conference, they were actually jokingly, they were sharing that nowadays the only mass production that we can think of is like sandwich manufacturing. And some of the participants from Africa and others, they started laughing. But then I realized probably they could not understand the implications, because now Britain has become so conscious about cleaning their air, and now they have shifted all their manufacturing to China. So in a way, they have got a very cleaner environment. And now, and in that, even sandwich, because sandwich is like their one of their national food, I would say. And so now they have shifted to a very organic production and an SME. So in a way, it is helping their economy also. It is building a base for SMEs, and at the same time, it is ensuring that it is also cleaning their air. Second example I would like to give: when I went to Qatar in 2008, I asked one of my colleagues that how come, because this here a drop of water is so precious, you can get oil, but it is very difficult to get a drop of water. So how Qatar is actually managing? Then I came to know that they have a plant. Obviously, they have the resources. At that point of time, also Qatar was one of the richest country. So they were actually had a plant which was using the seawater, and it was turning into water which is like fit for drinking. So if you look into this, even if I give you the example of Amsterdam, I went to Amsterdam, that is Netherlands, in sometimes around 2003. That time I found that within the city you are not allowed to have any motorized vehicles. You have to use bicycle. So and finally, I would like to give the examples of Bhutan. So I stayed in this beautiful country for 6 long years, and I realized that Bhutan is one country. They were very like determined to keep 72% of their areas under the forest cover. So at one point of time, I realized that even the secretary of the Chamber of Commerce of Bhutan, they were cribbing that the government is not giving us land because it goes against their ethos. of 72% of the areas covered by the forest. So we have to, the time has come. I think Professor Bandopadhyay was telling that, like we are facing all these climatic adversaries almost every day. Even Calcutta has become so hot these days. It's the result of the global warming. So we will survive only when the Mother Earth survives. So I would urge my dear students to start low and go slow. Don't be over. It is good to be ambitious, but you will survive only when Mother Earth survives. So I would just like to give an example of one very young entrepreneur of Bhutan. Unfortunately, maybe because of advancing age, I have forgotten his name, but he is now a multi-billionaire. He started this business. He started recycling all the wasteful material, all the material that we discard, and they used to keep, because Bhutan, I found they are very disciplined country, so they used to keep in 3 different colored bins. So when you actually, and there is encouragement to the general public. So if you can, stick to what they are advising, you will be rewarded also. So what happens? This gentleman who started this business, and he was supported by the government and also the bank, and it's called uh, cash in trash. And today that person has become a billionaire. So I would like to urge my dear students to start low and go slow. But they have to keep the welfare of the people and the society at large in mind if they want to really succeed. It is no wonder that Elon Musk is the richest person, because he is in business of automobile that is driven by electricity, and that is not driven by consumer fossil fuel. So thank you very much, Saurabh. Thank you very much. I really thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity in this international conference. Particularly, I would love the topic, which is very close to my head. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Shubhajit Sanyal, for such a really great speech. From the core of my heart, I'll say it was such a really great speech with loads of examples. And now, where I actually stopped Professor Bandopadhyay for questions being asked by the students. Now, Professor Indranil Bandopadhyay, please deliver the vote of thanks. You had already carried out the summary, sir. Please deliver the vote of thanks from your side, because you are a senior most professor, almost of the age of Professor Shubhajit Sanyal. Please deliver the vote of thanks to Professor Shubhajit Sanyal.
Thank you.
Professor Sanyal, it is really a pleasure for us to have you in our conference, and you spent your valuable times for us. So many thanks to you, and we will hope that when you will visit India, one day at least you will keep for visiting our HIT physically,
I
because
look forward to it, sir.
going on online, and Saurabh is there, so I think you will feel you'll have a very pleasant stay here also. And one
Thank
thing
you.
I'm telling, that is about Elon Musk, what you were telling. Just yesterday, I was going through the article that why Tesla is leaving India. So that is a very unfortunate case for us. Tesla has decided to leave India finally, but that would have been a great help for us to maintain our nature, as you were discussing. Okay, so thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Shubhajit Sanyal, who was live from Kathmandu, Nepal. So, students, we started our session, we started our conference right from Cairo, Egypt. Then our conference, it took off from Cairo, it went to Kathmandu, Nepal. And now from Kathmandu, Nepal, our plane, our international flight of international conference will take off from Kathmandu, Nepal, and we are going to land at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where our Professor Dr. Kavita Muthi, our guest of honor, is waiting for us. Ma'am, are you there, madam? Because we are already there, madam. Ma'am, please, can you please just give your response? Okay, madam. Thank you. So before going to start thank you, madam. So before going to start your speech, let me give a brief introduction about Dr. Kavita Muthi, and as shared by madam herself only. Dr. Kavita Muthi holds a PhD in management graduated from University of Greenwich and Masters in Business Administration, majoring in International Business from University of East London. She is the first woman in Malaysia, kudos to you, madam, who achieved a Master of Business Continuity Professional, MBCP, and has been awarded as a Best Certified Business Continuity Professional in Malaysia. Kudos to you, madam. Hats off. She is also the CyberSafe Ambassador of Cybersecurity Malaysia, National Cybersecurity Specialist Agency, under the purview of the Ministry of Communication and Multimedia Malaysia, and earned the CyberSafe Professional of the Year award in 2016. Subsequently, in year 2019, she received an International Excellence Award as Best Cybersecurity Personality given by the APJ Abdul Kalam International Foundation India for her contribution to raise cybersecurity awareness regionally. In year 2020, Dr. Kavita had another breakthrough by achieving the top 10 women in security in Malaysia. Kudos, madam, proud as an Indian. This award is in collaboration with Malaysian Women in Security, ISACA Malaysia Chapter, ASIS International Malaysia Chapter, Bisekra, and My Security Media. Recently, Dr. Kavita Murthy was honored as the 2021 Modern Governance 100 in the Cyber Risk Leader category for her contribution as the world's top governance practitioner. Hats off, madam. Really hats off. She is currently the Chief Strategy Officer of Intellize Tech Services, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, a professional consulting company that focuses on technology, cybersecurity, business continuity, and human capital development. And Professor Murthy, she has worked with different companies. She has consulted customers such as RHB Bank, Baiduri Bank Brunei, CGC Credit Berhad, Bank of Malaysia, and other companies. And of course, she had also worked with Bank Negara. And she has executed several BCP projects like of Department of Road Transport, Ministry of Malaysia, Haytech Managed Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, Pejabat, Pengara, Tana, and Kalian Villa Perseketuan, Minister of Education, Bank Baituri Brunei, Jabatan Pendaf Taran Negara, High-Tech Padu Berhad. Madam, sorry for my pronunciation.
No problem.
Okay, CGC Berhad, UMW Toyota Motor SDN Berhad, Panasonic Berhad, and Malaysia Berhad, Infominia SDN Berhad, Lembaga Hasil Dalam Negeri Malaysia, and Jabatan Custom G Raja Malaysia. My dear students, it's something learning for you. In India, we say these companies as limited or LTD. In Britain, we call it as PLC. In America, we call it as INC or incorporated. In Malaysia, they call it as Berhad. So all of these Berhads, these are nothing but listed companies, very big companies of Malaysia. So, madam, what to say? Very, very great introduction about you. You are such a, really, I must have to say that at this age only, you have achieved so many accolades, so many feathers in your crown, madam. Hats off to you, madam. So,
Thank you.
yes, madam. So, on this today's topic, on rethinking business strategies and by reshaping business perspectives in the current business environment, kindly share your thoughts, experience, madam, rightly mostly concentrating on Malaysia and Southeast Asia. Madam,
Sure.
the dice is yours, madam. Carry on, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Namaskar to all the participants today. And I'm very pleased and I'm very honored to be on the same stage with the rest of the professional practitioners in the industry. I just heard that you all started with Egypt and went to Nepal. Now you are landed at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And with open arm, I welcome all of you to my beloved country. So I'm Dr. Kavita. I'm going to share my slide. I've just prepared a very simple slide. I think talking about the topic of Haldia University have prepared, it's a wide range of talk. And we all, no matter how much we're going to talk, we not be able to record or rather keep everything being stored in our brain, and it is just not enough to finish this platform. And I really wish that it would have been a physical session, so I'm able to share more and spend more time there with all of you. So let me just quickly run through this slide. Let me just share my slide. Am I allowed to share, Dr. Saura? Doctor, can you allow me to share my my slide?
Madam, do you need any help, madam?
All right. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, it's coming up. Kavita Murthy is presenting. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is a wonderful topic that we all want to talk about. How can we rethink the business strategies, and how can those strategies be taught in a different aspect? And that aspect could actually reshape the business perspective in many countries. I think all the speakers are probably those practitioners who has done an in-depth, even our guest speaker earlier did talk about how pandemic have actually impacted the whole global, because it's a global pandemic. And I've got some substance been selected from that, and I have also, did a recent research where the Gartner research helped me a lot to present this paper today. And from the Malaysia perspective, or rather the Southeast Asia perspective, all the projects that I've done also involve in rethinking and reshaping the current business environment. Now, all of us know that the pandemic has hit us tremendously, and there has been many, many impacts that many of us actually went through. We have loss of people, we have loss of economy, we have loss of infrastructure, we have loss of business, and many other things. Most of it has actually given us a negative impact. But there are some people who take this pandemic as an opportunity to rethink and reshape it and move into a new business environment. So thank you to Dr. Shaurabh for this invitation, and it's definitely absolutely honored to me to be in the same platform. And he did already say everything about me, so I'm just going to skip this slide. Now, if we are looking at the macro factors that actually shape the business environment, like I mentioned earlier, the pandemic has actually given a huge impact in many aspects in our life, from an individual perspective to an organization, as well as to the country worldwide, as well as the global. So it also has actually changed how a business actually operates, and also there has been a rethink put into the pocket of the C-suite. Yeah, C-suite means is a CEO or all the people that holds an important, a very high level of position. They are the chief executive officer, chief technology officer, or chief information officer, chief human resource officer, chief financial officer. So these are the C-suites that all these individuals sitting together, and they have to work really hard to look beyond the pandemic, what the pandemic actually bring to their table. So we all understand that pandemic is actually a global issue, and the way that the business is moving forward has like a 180-degree of change, right? So to a certain extent, like in our country, when on March 18, 2020, when the whole country were declared pandemic and emergency, and none of us actually were ready, or many of the companies in Malaysia was not ready to look at how am I supposed to operate now when I'm not allowed to go and open my office. So when they said it's going to be 2 weeks of total shutdown, or rather the lockdown, and people were thinking that 2 weeks, it's going to be a holiday for me, or rather a honeymooner for me. And they took it very easy, and that 2 weeks, it became, many people started to learn a lot of new things, a lot of new hobbies, a lot of men ending up in the kitchen, start cooking new recipes, and a lot of women ending up in picking up some new hobbies and new activities. But then what happened after that 2 weeks was a complete disaster, because they didn't know that this could have impact their very own business environment, and that some of them, or many of the small business entrepreneurs, have or ended up in closing the shops. So this, it might also dominate the headline. If you have seen that pandemic, even until today, or rather it has gone down a little bit if you look at the media aspect of covering about pandemic today globally, Probably the 30% have gone down and 70% talking about coronavirus, talking about vaccination, talking about the new Delta and whatever not, is always been there. But what it is now started to cover at most of the media presence, you can see they're coming back to the normal, to the normal stage of news, right? So, but that also, these are some of the factors that actually reshape the business in this decade. Now, we know that pandemic is one of the things that has impacted the businesses, but then before even this pandemic happened, there has been many pitfalls or many incidents, disasters that has been bringing a country into a broken shape, right? So, but and that's where countries have started to look into many ways of developing the economy. Look, when disaster happened, they have to look at many angles on reshaping the country. When the disaster hit the company, the C-suite have to look at many angles to reshape the business or to continue the business. Now, while we are talking about continuing, then what comes into our mind is, first of all, you need to put in the processes, the policies, the framework, the governance to ensure that you are resilient. So to become resilient, then all that aspects have to be in the thought and the first page of the company. Then from company only you can move towards the governments, and eventually it has an outcome to the country. So the global pandemic also have long-lasted, far-reaching impact to the world, to the businesses, and to the individual. Even today, if you were to think about some of the companies in Malaysia that has been affected and impacted by the pandemic, ever still thinking, how can I recover? Some of those companies who already closed shop, they don't even have an idea. Is there any way that I can move into a different area? Is there any way that I could actually bring back my business? So it has contributed, especially the small business, small medium businesses, that has actually given a very in-depth economic impact to the country. So what Malaysia is doing now, they are under the phase of recovery. So now the recovery phase is something that they started to recover many losses, and then in terms of health, like rightfully our speaker earlier said that health is very important. Pay attention to the health. If you have mental health, you have physical health, the outcome of the country will be healthy, right? And that starts from an individual. It starts from you. It also has a dominoes effect to your family, to the company, to the country, and to global. So there has to be some sort of shifts that actually where all the micro businesses area, they need to bring in together. One of it is actually the systemic mistrust, also which has actually gone to a certain extent of people, what they thought was not right, that actually bring that output. Then we also start looking into what are the other area that has actually come into the pitfalls. Shortage of talents, right? I'll be going through a little bit more detail about it in my other slides later. And there's also the environment concerns. There's weak productivity, there's systemic mistrust, and also market crash and recession. See, when you talk about the global pandemic, yes, COVID-19 has given the first global pandemic that had happened in the world in this information age. And this is quite surprising, because none of us actually thought, oh, the pandemic can actually go through to this level. But you see, it can be a misunderstanding, I must say, because COVID-19 is one of the latest virus outbreak that we are experiencing. But if you may recall that we also went through SARS, we also went through H1N1, we also went through Ebola, and there are many other type of virus outbreak has been happening, but that did not bring the global impact to the extreme level of what we have faced with the COVID-19 hit. Now, COVID-19 was also heavily dependent on the time spent, and that's where it has led to a global pandemic. If you look at like H1N1 and also SARS, I remember because I manage the pandemic plan for companies and also for ministries. So when we were impacted with this virus at that point of a time, we did not have a prolonged impact. It was rather when we do an assessment and when we analyze the situation and we manage to identify the in-depth of the impact, extensive of the impact, and how much lifespan it would have taken, time spent it would have taken. So we realized that it was very short. It was rather 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, then it actually dissolved. So, but for COVID-19, it is beyond the assessment that was done before. None of the practitioners in Malaysia and also some other countries, especially in Thailand or even in Singapore, that we did not expect a virus outbreak that can be prolonged to this extent, which is about 2 years now. So I think this is something like, for example, if we were to talk about 9/11, people reverted to normal flying behavior 3 years after that. And then there's also Great Depression impacted food habits for decades. See, when there's an impact happen, then we need to retune, we need to reshape, we need to rethink, and then only we will change the pattern. So I give you another example of our country. One of the most terrible disasters that had impacted the country from economic perspective and also the trust perspective. That is our Malaysia Airline, which is MH370. I believe all of you are aware about it. And until today, it has gone 8 years, but until today, Malaysia Airline is still going through certain level of still having that instability, because to bring back the trust is another greater thing for even to get people involved, you get talent involved, and you need to have the capacity, capability building. There's a lot of other things. So along the way, this 8 years, there's a lot of changes was happening, but yet to build back the platform for them to go back to the normal flying colors of business, it is not there yet. So that kind of impact, usually it will come. But the change happened after the impact, after this disaster, that crisis that had happened to Malaysia Airline, the pattern has changed. So though the pattern is changing, though the behavior has changed, yet they are still facing difficulties to 100% recover. So always there is an impact, and there is always an opportunity for us to take disaster or crisis to improve further, right? Now, market crash or recession is not something new. It has already predicted before even COVID-19. But what this factor about market crash and recession is, while we were going through the market crash and recession too, the COVID-19 impacted. So, but the CEO was still anticipating and preparing for the economic downturn. No one have actually thought we're going to get something else hit and we're going to go into a tremendous loss. And in fact, to rightfully said by Dr. Saurabh, we are the Berhad companies, the public listed companies. So there is policy for us to even look into market recession, to look into the sustainability development. We also look into environment and social responsibilities and all that. But all that will actually, and most of the company, we also has been mandated to have the business continuity and resiliencies plan. See, when you talk about business continuity and resiliencies plan, most of the companies were rather thinking about financial crisis, were rather looking at some other crisis, the malevolence crisis, or sabotage, or some other crisis, or even espionage, that sort of thing. But no one have ever put the thought of this pandemic going to give us a tremendous crash and, bring large loss to the company. So, however, when that happened, now we remember that with a crash followed by persistent volatility, then people are becoming more anticipating. If you look at one of the practice that under the crisis management, you need to anticipate, you need to pause, then you need to act. So that's where you would be able to see a result that any crisis were to hit your company or even the country, we are able to have a proper response and a speedy response to those situations. See, responding to situation is very, very important. And I tell you why later. I'll be covering in my other slide now. Global consumer, this is even before the COVID-19, citizen trust was at an all-time low. It is very difficult for people to bring trust. Like I tell you about the Malaysia Airline, after the incident, though they were trying to retune on the marketing, on the branding, on the values, on the proposition and all that, but again, the trust to come back to that normal state of trust, or rather to a normal state of trust, it is still a question mark. So, and that has actually, during the COVID-19, things has gone even more worse. Even though the borders has been closed, there's a fight for the vaccine and always an argument over mask to wear, not to wear, and there's always a new lots of SOP, standard operating procedures, that hey, you got to follow this. If you don't follow, like if we don't wear mask and we go to the public, we will be fined. We will be dragged to the court to pay the fines. And is that something that we want to go through forever? And what changes can that bring? How the rethinking of bringing the economy back to normal, or rather to lift up the economy now, the kind of change to our country SOPs has been very important. So this is combined with the mistrust of other, like for example, whatever the trading that we had before, and now whatever experience that we are going through, there's a huge widened gap. So how are we going to close that? We do not have that trust coming back, even to some extent. I do pandemic assessment to companies to look into the pandemic preparedness and response. And when we do this, the simple question that we ask the employees, are they able, mentally ready, physically ready to come back to their operation, their work? And many of them are still having this uncertainty. So I had to respond of 50% of saying I would like to continue working from home, because not only working from home actually given me a set of comfortness, because I have time, I have a certain space that I can still spend with my kids or with my spouse and all that, and also pay attention to my house chores. But another 50% say, no, I do not want to be at home anymore, so bring me back to office. So that's sort of the thing. So again, why do you want to continue work from home? Is because the trust, right? They said, how do I know that we would not be hit by another pandemic? How do I know that I am safe? How do I know that I would not be infected by COVID or transmitted from other person and all that? How do I know that the company has a solid COVID-19 or rather pandemic preparedness and response plan in place? Because many of them in our country have never had that plan before. And also if they have, would have been a very simple 1 or 2 pager of outbreak response, that's all. Right, so the trust is not there. So in the long term, so the common enemy of this virus actually inspire empathy, and common purpose and cooperation has also built up. That's a very good thing to talk about, because recently, I think probably you know that we had a change of a government since 2018. We already had about 2 prime minister has changed. So while the prime minister, the change of the cabinet also happens, and the ministries adjustment or also happens, reshuffling of the seats also happen. So when that happened, we are fortunate that the team that has actually taken over the leadership, our country leadership, has a different point of view, different thoughts, and a broader and wider thinking, where they are start becoming more empathy and giving focus and attention to the health of the people, to the environment, and also emphasizing on the implementation and enforcement of certain policies. So, meantime, this is also applicable to all the executives that they also need to understand whether the consumer would also continue to be loyal to their product, to their brands, and to their services, because there's a shift now they can see. See, when the pandemic impact us, when some of the companies are not able to continue their supplies, there has been shortage of supply, and there has been always the shortage of supply happened because it's a chain effect. Like one of the project that I have delivered for the Royal Customs, Malaysia Customs RMC, the Customs Department, we need to transport the scanner machine from China. So we have been contracted for a period of 12 years to fix about 13 scanner machine in Peninsular Malaysia. But during the pandemic, we have been affected as well. We're not able to bring down our supply from China because there has been logistic congestion, and there has been ship congestions, and our supply of that machine has not been categorized as critical. So what has been categorized as critical in terms of logistic transportation, product goods are related to medical and food. So that has been prioritized. See, so the safety product, or rather the security, physical security product, has become the third or the fourth layer. Hence, the congestions has actually impacted our delivery as well. See, that's where there has been an impact of loyalty. Now, we have no choice. Rather, the customer have no choice because we are binded with an agreement. But imagine for small business entrepreneurs or the small businesses people, they do not have such contract. For them, it's like, I see your product now, I like your product, I like your services, and I'm going to engage with you for a couple of period of time until I'm happy, satisfied, and you continue to serve me. Now, so if crisis happen or there is an impact due to, for example, like pandemic, and there has been a fact on your continuity for the business. So that actually taking away the loyal customers from you. So now what happened? What is the most difficult part here is the CEO had to make a decision, critical decision in response to the pandemic situation. And how do they actually reshape the business? That's number one, to keep the customer loyal and to bring back the customer to you. And another situation is whereby the business completely died off. Now I have to lay off so many employees in the company. So, but I need to regain. I need to wake up. I need to get back into business. I do not want to go bankrupt, though some of the companies has gone bankrupt due to the pandemic, right? So they need to have this new way of thinking, which is very difficult for some of the C-level, and new way of reshaping the business, right? And that's where the strategy comes in, right? How do you look at products and services that becoming deemed necessary that you can continue, or rather bring in something new according to the demand of the crisis that is happening right now? So that sort of systemic trust that you have to build back, and also need to have that irrevocable shifted attitudes towards the brand. Now, the other factor was about the weak productivity. There has been a lot of, there has been a slow in productivity and lack of focus on efficiencies and also productivity. I'll give you a very good example. Our current project that we are doing is to be one of the ministry that focuses on our country's security, homeland security. So for them, there's a huge IT transformation project. It's a very huge IT transformation project, which is cost about 1.2 billion. And they've got about 300 people. They've got a very stringent timeline to deliver the product for this agency. See, what happened is when you have 3 years to look into the transformation and revamping the whole IT system and coming up with the products, need to do testing, programming, and whatever not, that it actually takes the whole revamp into productive platform. The greater impact that we face in this project is the lack of productivity, the lack of efficiency, and also the lack of focus. That all happened. It has been odd Also, it has an equation to the economic growth, because only then you deliver, you will be able to claim your money from the government. But this reduction of productivity, it has actually created a complicating business operation. The project has been tremendously impacted with a timeline. So we need to go back and negotiate with the government to give us an extended timeline. And also we need to look at the people capability, because the people has been mentally affected. There are people also physically affected, because as we know that coronavirus is a virus, is a deadly virus that rip a person off, especially if the person is coming with a chronic disease. Now, when we hire people from a human resource perspective, we usually don't assess them. Yeah, we send them for a medical test to look into the general state of health, but we do not really go in depth into looking at obesity problem and what not. Even if you're coming with blood pressure, or even if you have diabetes, so they still take you for an employee perspective. But after a person who have joined in this kind of project, and when it became a weak productivity that you're not able to move forward, now there's a change, there's a rethink from the HR perspective. And that some of the company who is having large projects being delivered, the health assessment becoming an essential activity at this point of time, which means they are already doing an in-depth health screening and assessment, ensuring that these are the chronic disease that you are coming with, including obesity. And there was one particular candidate who came with he was done with his BMI test, and then the body weight is actually more and not equally needed for, ideally for his height, and he was eliminated, he was not taken, right? So this sort of things is actually important, because when there is a weak productivity happens, obviously there is a crashes or crashes in the business operation. And what happened then, the cost of operation in the socially distanced world also start increasing. I can't be hiring consultant, especially from India, because Malaysia actually value and appreciate subject matter experts from India. I have actually worked with many programmers, developers, and expertise from India for many projects in Malaysia, which we still do. But due to the COVID situation, this particular project, there were about 2 or 3 projects in Malaysia. We were not able to have our SMEs from India because the cost has increased. SOP is actually becoming a showstopper, and it requires significant re-engineering to look into the reproductivity rather. Right. Now, this is an interesting fact. We have to look at 3 things when it comes to weak productivity. That the 3 things that where all companies are advised to is to, how do we actually keep ourselves reshaped? And that reshape must come with agility, meaning to say you have to build and optionally and optimizing it on and leverage on what the best that you have in your company. So there's 3 things is important element. Number 1 is about think. Number 2 is about plan. Number 3 is about act. And these are the 3 elements that I look at how we can actually reshape our future, or the company future. So number 1, we need to think, right? So think means you have to build an adaptive and resilient mindset. What I mean by adaptive and resilient mindset is about, first of all, understand that you have weakness and you have to accept. And then you need to look into strategies. So when you don't have a mind of adapting it, then you would not be able to look into how can I do better to stay resilient. Now, the CEO also need to have the adaptability aspect of attitude and the ability to change. We are talking about change, right? Change is a very huge management aspect. Change leadership, change management, change for business resilience, change for sustainability. All that is the mean of reshaping the future. So, and agility, to be able to respond, or rather be speed in responding for any downtime that you already know that would going to happen. So how do you do that? By performing an assessment. And this assessment will be able to tell you what are the problems that you can face that can lead to a crisis, and how do you actually manage. You can only do that by having this mindset and adaptability to change and agility to respond in a very speedy manner. Now, they need to go beyond than the usual business analysis thinking and a broader set of future scenario. That's where I talk about plan. Now, you're going to create a platform to reshape the organizations, or rather the company need, in terms of time, in terms of space, and in terms of capital capacity. Now, if you want to talk about reshaping, cash is key. If you do not have cash, it's going to be very difficult for us to even talk about how do I reshape my future. Yes, first we talk about the mindset, right? We talk about the capability, adaptability to change. Then the companies or even the countries have to also have the financial capability and also capacity, or rather the planning to have that capital capacity plan is also important to reshape the country and also the organization. So what you need to have a platform. You need to develop a platform that can actually demonstrate the capability to be agile, and you're able to optimize the options that you have, right? So number 3 will be on acting. Now, when you talk about acting, it is about testing what you have planned for. You already think about it. Now you already put into your plan. Whether the plan is workable or not workable, that's where the scenario setting will happen. The scenario setting is would actually give you a different perspective of reviewing the portfolio and the possibilities for improvisation or enhancement of the plan that you already have. And now with that, you would be able, this is for companies that would be able to bring together all the executive and to look into a holistic approach of continuing your business, to reshape the future and to stay resilient. Number 5, we talk about the environment concern. Our speakers have also touched on climate change, global warming, and now we are talking about the global leadership, the global warming leadership, or the climate change leadership, or leader in climate change. Now, what does it mean? We all know that the climate change has been happening. Now, we're talking about pandemic, but there are other sort of climate change as actually impacting the economy, also impacting the growth of the country, impacting the individual and also the companies. So when you do have your analysis that you do to look into the effect of global warming or the climate changes, you would be able to plan. When you plan, that's where your stress testing would also come in. And now, some of the CEO, I still see them like the change as a factor impacting their industry. They now only think about COVID-19, but the climate change is actually taking the world, the business, to another level of situation that all the C-suite have to come into an understanding of what this climate change is actually bringing to them. I give an example. In Malaysia, we have this monsoon raining season, and that usually towards the November and the December that we always have this flood impacting the east coast of Malaysia and also the north. But this year, it started much earlier and ended only in February. So it actually dragged into about 6 months. And the flood has impacted the area that never flooded before, and we never planned that, we never assessed, we never thought about. So all that has actually given a huge impact to the individual, family, to the country, and also to the economy, and also from the health perspective as well, health and financial perspective. So we also had a major infrastructure failure because we did not plan, or rather we did not have a mitigation plan on this climate change. So some of the geographic area that I mentioned earlier, which we never thought that it would get flooded, it actually got flooded. So what we require now is to have a strategy and a new invention actually to manage this climate change. And what do you need for that? You need a leadership. And you need to bring that leader out of you also to plan, or you are the future leaders. I believe that you want to be one of them. To have this plan, have this rethink in you, and put a reshape of the future by becoming a climate change leader. Now, the other thing that actually has impacted tremendously by having this talent shortage, what I realized that some of the position becoming more higher demand, some of the position are going below demand already, right? So if you look at like area like cybersecurity, suddenly there has a tremendous need and demand in our country, because when we were working remotely, and there has been a lot of hacking incidents reported, and many companies started to look at implementing information security and enforcing cybersecurity policy has become an utmost important element in the company to ensure that the data is protected, to ensure that the information are protected. And what do I need? Hey, look, I need network security professionals. I need security analysts. I need a pen tester. I need that. I need this. So that has actually becoming an increasing demand in our country. But some of those increased and became lower that didn't expect, then it became higher. So, but we know that we did not have that the time, or rather we have taken more time to create this pool of talents at that point of the time. So even that small shortfalls of critical talents will correlate and destroy the market position, which we also has been affected with that. We actually face more and more unemployment. And then when we started to clean up the data, then we saw that there has been an increase of talent in certain other area, which we did not expect at all. For example, we needed a rider, the bike rider, to deliver food, to deliver. So because there has been a lot of online orders, and Grab, if you know Grab, Grab is actually a transporter, right? Like a taxi, like a call taxi, and you do your online booking and all that. And Grab actually came up with a plan of having a rider to deliver the food or even deliver things and stuff like that. Suddenly, there has been a hike up of a Grab rider, which no one ever thought about it, right? So, and there has been all this kind of increase of reskilling program, which our country, the Ministry of Human Resource, have put in a lot of effort and have created the budget to increase this talent pool and reskill certain people in the area of where the demand has been growing. I also learned something like, there also has been a gig economy option, was also invented by our ministry, and there has been an allocation of certain funds and grants to uplift our economy by bringing all these new skilled people. Well, another thing is on the technology advancement, which has such a little link of those talent development, or rather the talent shortage. So what happened is, when we all know that things like IoT or artificial intelligence and all that, quantum computing and mass arrival of those machines has actually taken over the customers, and customer is having a different perspective of purchasing, procuring, and things like that. Yeah, especially when a lot of companies were started to operate virtually. So what happened is, there has been a frequent in a market disruption and the emergence of the new digital era. And a lot of people, it has always been there. We have been talking about digital transformation. We were talking about digitalization and stuff like that. And it became more autonomous business, right? So this has actually changed the business landscape in these 2 years as well. So what Gartner has actually predicted, and with the Gartner's assistance in our country, we also look at certain changes that has been happening, especially on the traditional computing technology, which is hitting a digital world now. And we are actually forcing those companies to have a shift in a new computing paradigms. And this computer world is actually taking over. We are just looking at a shift in the paradigm. It's a paradigm shift, right? So but we have to be prepared, right? If you're not being prepared and if you're not adapting it, if you're not ready to change, then it is like we're going to live in a zombie world or we're going to live in a Jurassic Park. So therefore, all of education in our country is also focusing very much on technology advancement and bringing up the capability of the IT capability, right? The information technology capability. There is also a prediction of 30% where the digital businesses will mandate the DNA storage trials, addressing the exponential growth of data. Everybody is talking about data. Now, it's going to be a data-driven economy. It's going to be a data-driven business, right? So, and companies have to be prepared by having this as the reshaping of the future. It's about data-driven. And we also got to know that about 25% by year 2024, you will be seeing that the CIO, or rather the CTO, now have to become a COO. Instead of just looking into technology advancement, they now have to look into technologically enabled operations. So there is a shift in their position, right? So the shift, there is a shift in the C-suites as well. So everyone have to now learn to become an operational person as well. Now, the last thing that I would like to emphasize is on the environmental, social, and governance. That is one key element if you were to talk about reshaping on business strategy or the future. And it's also another way, another important element of rethinking. Now, this is actually involving the decisive leadership. I did mention about bringing the leader to be more prepared in making the data-driven decision, right? That's how the response is going to be. And the ability to reshape quickly, creating a key to preserving and recovering value. So that's where your cybersecurity, information security, governance, and all that will come in as well. Now, you need to also consider the environmental, social, and governance issue, or the ESG issues, which is going to be a fundamental issue for successful corporations. And also this is going to be a very critical role for businesses to play in the society. In order, it can be from providing goods or your services in terms of employability, employment, governments, processes, policies, all this into ingenuity to solve problems. And your ESG is the pillar to begin with and to move on with, yeah? Now, the board's rule here is to focus on management on how corporate purposes and values and also cultures play an integral part for business continuity, to continue businesses and to continue the planning. Remember, I talk about think, plan, and act, and also how you prepare yourself, the company, the country, and all that for crisis. So, that's going to be including your human capital planning, your compensation, recruitment, diversity, and many other things that you have to start looking from the organization behavior perspective as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is my last slide that I want you to ponder with these questions. So we are talking about what is the purposes of ESG. I'm bringing the critical point here as that the ESG will come as in the first place to talk about rethinking and reshaping the future. Rethinking with a strategy to reshape your future. Number one, how this ESG can be an important integral in what we do, how we can satisfy people, and what are the time horizon that we can actually do, perform, measure. Secondly, what about the governance? How does our board need to evolve? I think being an MBA graduate, these are very important things if you're looking at writing a paper or looking into researching or more into governance. And I believe that this question will be able to help you. The thirdly is about thinking about the leadership and the talent. I talk about climate leadership and I talk about data-driven decision leaders, right? So how can you attract and develop and retrain leaders, and what are the outcomes, or rather the strategy that we want to apply, and what are the outcomes that you can actually expect? And The other thing is, how do you organize to deliver the ESG for the sustainability of the company and also to our country? And how do you create the right culture? So with these questions, I leave it for all of you to think about it. I think it's going to be a great discussion if you were to take it up. So I end my presentation with here, and I would like to pass the floor back to you, Doctor. Dr. Saurabh?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. I'm over here. Thanks a lot. Actually, frankly speaking, I was very much, what to say, I was just totally engrossed into what you were telling actually. It was really great, madam, with loads of examples, loads of exposure for our students. And yes, being the organizer, one of the organizers, so I'll have my duty to ask my students what are the questions you have, madam, for madam? What are the questions do you have? Please ask. Please ask.
I see a lot of beautiful graduates here, Dr. Saurabh, and I really hope to hear from them. Do you mind if I just get their name, call them, and have a chat with them? Manisha, I think we've got Sushmita, Ria, Soma Mishra, very beautiful ladies here. So I believe that you all are doing great with your researchers or Viva to come and whatnot. Why don't you share your thoughts from my presentation? Manisha, what about you, Manisha, if you're listening to me?
Manisha, please ask a question.
You can share your thoughts if you don't have a question. Ria, what about Ria?
Ria, what's your question? Srijoni, what's your question? Okay,
So I think someone has,
yeah. Stitodi Datta, yes, raised up his hand. So Stitodi, please ask your question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have a question.
Yes,
so
Stitadi.
what will be the ma'am, what will be the impact of climate change going forward? Because right now we are seeing that oil prices are also increasing, and it is becoming increasingly difficult. So for countries like India to purchase oil, so renewable energy and how much should we shift to renewable so that we can fight the climate change as well as the rising oil prices? So this is my question.
I think climate change is a very interesting question. How do I pronounce your name? Stitadi? It's a very important question.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the climate change is actually bringing many aspects of impact to all our countries, right? So number one, you need to assess from the people perspective. Then you have to assess from the financial perspective. Because people, in order for you to sustain and live in this country, you need to have those energy. We need to safeguard our Mother Earth, right? We need to save the energy. We need to look at the pattern of the changes and then plan to manage ourselves from the changes and reduce the wastage. So if you continue to waste, what's going to happen? It's going to give you a lot of negative impact from the gas, from the air that you are breathing. It's going to have a health impact, right? And you're going to have a tremendous financial impact because the wastage is getting more and more. Now, governments have to look into what do I have to do differently in managing the waste? I think our dearly speaker, he has given a very interesting strategy. Am I right, Doctor? I missed the speaker now. So he actually pointed out certain strategy on how can you reduce the waste of energy. You need to look into waste management. Now, what kind of impact? You have financial impact, you have individual impact, you have economic impact, and you have great devalued country impact, right? So these are the impact. Now, what can we do about it? I think our speaker earlier, he already given many strategies. I was listening to our dearly speaker just now. Got it, Sitadi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Students, others, please ask. Yeah, Srijani. Srijani, please ask questions. Now, before Srijani will ask her question, I'll ask others also to ask their questions. Please don't remain quiet. Because very frankly speaking, what Madam has said, what our previous speakers have also said, You people are the future generations. Now, if you remain without any question, the world will be in danger, very frankly speaking. Because at your age, I used to have lots of questions, and definitely Madam used to have also lots of questions. So
Sure.
please ask your questions.
Yes,
Carry on,
Srijani.
Thank you, Saurabh sir, for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I don't have any questions, but seeing ma'am, I am so inspired by her. I'm listening her speech throughout the seminar, and I'm so inspired by her. Ma'am, can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Ma'am, how you manage the home and work life together? You are so inspiring. Actually, I am so obsessed with your look and everything. Your kind of speaking power and so much. I am so impressed with your speaking power.
I'm so touched, Srijani.
Mostly,
Thank you
madam,
so
madam,
much.
just I'm telling, yeah,
Yes,
carry
Dr.
on, madam.
Saurabh.
Yeah, and mostly I'll ask the girl, just look at ma'am and try to learn from her. Really, really. And she's a very, very well-known name in Malaysia, friends. For us as Indians, it's a very proud thing for us. Yes, madam is a resident of Malaysia. She's a
That's
very
right.
well-known name in Malaysia as well as in Southeast Asia. She's regularly called to conferences, not only in Southeast Asia, but also India and South Asia. Just look at her, learn from her, and if ma'am wants, I can share her email ID with you also, with you all, so that remain in touch with her if you want to become a very, very successful business person, businesswoman. I'm sorry. So, madam, please carry on, madam.
Sure. Thank you, Doctor. Srijani, I'll just tell you a little bit about my background, right? Okay. I'm actually married. I've got two daughters, and my elder daughter, she's 21 years old. She's also an upcoming graduate, like all of you. My second daughter, she's actually 10 years old. So managing life, one thing I don't believe is work-life balance. To me, I personally, I don't believe in work-life balance. There is nothing actually that you can really bring, practically I'm telling you, right? There is nothing that you can actually bring into balance. There's always ups, there's always downs. You agree with me? Right. Now, how are you going to manage the ups and downs? Is that the important capability and the power and the energy that you have to create yourself? So I created that myself because I need time to spend with my children, but I have limitation. I need time to develop my business. I also have limitation. I need time to continue pursuing my education and my hobbies and my interests. I have time. I need time, but at the same time, I have limitation. How do you manage your limitation is the empowerment that you bring to yourself. When you talk about empowerment, is there's nothing someone that pass the empowerment to you, pass the power to you and you get empowered. No, I don't believe in people empowering people, but I believe in you empower yourself. All right. So you learn that, and I believe that you will be enjoying your life by believing in yourself, by empowering in yourself, and setting up the principles for yourself to become successful. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's so convincing and so beautiful to listening to you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining
So
us.
happy. Thank you.
Vijay is one of our, she's one of our most serious students. So, my
Excellent.
dear students, please ask questions. Please ask questions. Another two questions we can definitely allow.
Sure.
Friends, please ask questions. Okay, let me ask her, call by the names only. Vinota, Riya, Susmita, Karishma, Anmol, please ask questions. Don't remain quiet. Because if you remain quiet, that shows that your brain is not working. Please ask questions. Please. Anybody else? Don't remain quiet. Rochita, please ask questions. Susmita, okay. That may be a foolish question, no problem, but please do ask. Because you are all, as you have heard, ma'am won't also mind anything. If it's a foolish question, no problem, nobody will mind it. Rochita, please ask. Okay. Look, okay, madam, let us give them some time to think on it. I have a question, madam. And as you were telling, madam, right now, actually, maybe 1 month ago, I was studying that in Indonesia, most probably in Indonesia, in the capital city of Indonesia, in Jakarta, Jakarta is getting submerged into the sea, or I think mostly in the river, due to global warming. So
Yes.
Southeast Asia, madam, is really at the, what to say, it's at the edge of global warming. It will affect, of course, India will also get affected, other countries also. But I was really getting tense to hear that Jakarta, such a big city, one of the largest cities in the world, Indonesia is one of the most populated countries in the world. They can't save their capital from global warming. This is not a small island in South Pacific Ocean like Samoa Island. So, madam, are there any steps being taken by Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, these countries with respect to global warming? Any we have already discussed about global warming and climate change.
Yes.
Any group which has been formed? Are they any step they are taking? Are they taking any steps, madam?
Yes, yes, Doctor. I'm very pleased to share with you this my recent engagement with climate leadership program, which I'm doing it with diligent institutions of enterprise risk management from the US. And what I understand that from my learning and also research is that all the countries are supposed to get involved. It's actually called some sort of a union, and this union actually has been set up to address the global warming and the climate change. And every country must be responsible to have a policy and enforcement in addressing the global climate, global warming and climate change, and build the leadership in their respective country. So and they will actually rank you from that. I have not seen India, I can't remember India's ranking, but I remember that Malaysia is somewhere about 74. So that actually shows the kind of policy that we are having, how we are implementing the leadership and enforcement. One of the enforcement is like waste management. What do you do with the waste management? And another one is how do you actually manage the flood? And if you have certain, like even Chennai, they had flood, right? So that has been impacted. Now, what do you do differently to prevent this losses from happening again? Like you cannot stop raining, but you can prevent the damage. You can minimize the damage, right? So what the country can do, if you need, and what sort of help you need resources. What sort of resources do you need? Are you looking for some capability development? Are you looking for some financial investment? Are you looking for another country who have vast experience in managing this, come and build the infrastructure for you, to build the capability for you? So all this comes under that union, and I will share you the paper later. Okay, so these are the plan. Yes, Indonesia has the plan. And those countries that already been mentioned, there are about 134 countries involved in this as a council.
Okay, madam. Okay. So last thing, students, do you have any question for madam? Do you have any question? Okay, if you have questions, you can mail your questions to madam. I'll share her email ID if ma'am permits. Ma'am, can I share your email ID with the students, madam?
Definitely. Yes, okay, I think Sufal Panda, I have a question.
Sufal Panda, yeah. Sufal, please ask your question. Sufal, please ask your question, or do you want me to read that? Okay, let me read it for you. Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Ma'am, day by day inflation is gradually increasing. So, ma'am, how inflation affects the price of the commodities? Okay, madam. Okay, whatever may be the question, just kindly give your reply.
Okay, I think inflation has been there for many years, and that has actually becoming many countries has actually faced as one of the financial crises, which Malaysia, we faced it twice, 1997 to 1999, and where we need to come and fix the rate of exchange rate of ringgit Malaysia. So we actually prevented, and I really thank our previous Prime Minister for doing that. He has a lot. Then And the inflation definitely will affect the commodities, right? Because when the price of supply chain affect, when the price of supply of goods affect, when there is a risk of transportation effect is also there. So it's a domino effect that actually brings the price of commodity due to the inflation actually so far. So, but so far, if you want to understand further about inflation, I don't mind of sharing you a white paper because if you are an MBA graduate, it is also good for you to do more researches on how this inflation actually affects commodities. Because the type of effects that you're talking about, it differences from a certain country to certain countries. Like from the America, how are they becoming so financially strong? Talk about China. How are they becoming economically strong? And that is also has got to do with the inflation rate that they are managing and also the investment relation that they are having, and also the stakeholder management or stakeholder engagement that they are having. So all this will actually be contributing factors where they can actually control the inflation and also control the price in commodities, right? Is that okay so far?
I think that's okay, madam.
Yeah, so you can share me your
Thank you.
email later. I'll share you more notes about it. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I've just one point, madam. This year we are planning to give some on global online internships, virtual internships to our students. Already, my friends from who are actually company owners or working at high positions in different companies in Germany, USA, Israel, France, they have agreed to give some virtual internships to the students. So can there be some opportunities for the students, maybe one or two, for virtual internships at your company?
Oh,
Yes, it's
definitely.
at a different point.
Sure,
Okay.
please. I'm very happy to welcome that. Do let me know
Okay,
who is interested.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. That we shall talk forward. That we shall talk in the future, madam.
Okay.
So it was, yeah. So it was really a great session, madam. Not only for the students, but also for us, the faculty members. Also, it was a great session of learning. We learned a lot from the speech, madam, and especially for the students. Not only it's about madam's knowledge. Just learn from her how she is speaking. Also, just see, money. Learn it from her. Really, just see it. So the thing is that now I'm going to invite my senior colleague, Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay, who is our senior most faculty in our department. He's a professor in finance. And Professor Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay has been employee at this institute for more than 15 years. So I'm going to request Professor Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay to kindly share uh, his vote of kindly share his thoughts on this great speech and deliver his vote of thanks. Professor Bandyopadhyay, please.
Thanks, Shodav, for giving me the opportunity for summing up Madam's speech. I was very curiously listening her speech, and basically, very interesting. Some of the very interesting points are noted down. What Madam has reflected. That is, first and foremost thing is she stays in Malaysia, and interestingly, before pandemic, Malaysia was health conscious country, but after that, they have given uh, greater importance to health, and which is adopted by the government. And what is the reason behind that? Because they didn't expect the severity of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, and they couldn't basically assess that severity. And another learning they have from that is now they are developing the ability to anticipate any debacle, any calamity faster. They are learning. So Madam is regularly working in that environment. So rightly she has pointed out that this basically a pandemic to some extent helped Malaysia to a great extent to learn something which they didn't follow earlier. One of my relatives, she stays in Kuala Lumpur, and I observed that for a long time Malaysia had a total delinked, that is no linkage with the rest of the world for a long time, comparing to any other countries. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe they were very much scary about the contamination because they were very much worried, very much affected, badly affected about the pandemic because of that lack of anticipation from well ahead. And again, Madam has given one very important point that mentally and physically, the business houses are coming out of the shell and they're ready to do business once again with abroad, which basically they stopped. One of the things which hampered, that is Kuala Lumpur, basically there was a hamper in transportation of machinery and other supplies from China, and customers had no option to cope up with that shortage situation. They learned how to cope up with such type of situation which they previously they didn't have any idea about that. And now she has emphasized that transformation in fixing business strategies, which is taking place gradually, like the rest of the world. There is same thing happening in Malaysia, and slowdown of productivity, which is a very important point. Slowdown of productivity really affected the economy of that country as well as for the entire world very badly. And only way out, what is possible, that is optimization of productivity. That is the only probable way out. And one very important point Madam has raised, that is adaptability to change. That is the great learning. That is the great learning in the post-pandemic era. Adaptability to change, and that is in all respect, and that is basically the key parameter for sustainable development of the business environment throughout the world, and obviously in Malaysia, it is they need it badly right now, and there is a certain need for a good planning for future expansion and future sustainability purpose through capacity building in all areas, basically, like the financial capacity building and basically management capacity building in various positions, in various from various angles, various outlooks. And already about the climate change, a lot of discussions have taken place. And another important area, what specifically attracted my attention, that is, Madam told that some of the positions in business has high demand all on a sudden, and some has lost its demand because of the pandemic, because of the business environment situation, and it created the talent shortage situation, from which it is very urgent to come out of this situation. Like for example, because of the pandemic, it was the digitization all over. So in online mode, every business, every activity was going on. So demand for those type of persons were in high all on a sudden, whereas the physical labor and other areas, that the shortage was there, means the lack of demand was there. The shortage was there in high talent areas. So we must look into that. And the last but not the least, that is the development of leadership strategies is in great need at present. So I just snapped up a few important points, but throughout her lecture, throughout her presentation, she mentioned a lot of important areas. She touched a lot of important areas throughout the world, which should be followed meticulously and very, I think so, very fast, which should be taken up. Okay. So, a lot of thanks, Madam, for your sharing of your extremely valuable time, because we all know that you are very, very busy in various activities. Just now, how you were telling Sejoni that how to manage the time between various activities. So, once again, we are extremely happy getting you in our conference, and we will expect that when you will visit India, so kindly try to make a visit at our HIT if it is possible. And we'll,
Absolutely. I'm
and
very
we
honored, sir. Thank you.
and we expect that we will have a long-term HIT, and you will have a long-term relationship, and in future also we will get your support as you have extended.
Surely.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot for such a session. And while Dr. Bandyopadhyay was telling, madam, maybe a few months down the line, or maybe 1 year down the line, I am planning to have another workshop on business continuity plan, and we shall be very happy, madam, if you come over here as a speaker in that business continuity plan
Sure.
workshop. Okay.
Definitely.
So, madam,
Definitely.
yeah. Madam, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot from the core of our hearts for you being present over here in this session and deliver you a speech from your great experience, from your great examples. So, madam, thanks a lot that you are over here, and thanks a lot, madam. Okay.
Thank you,
And
doctor,
now,
for
what I'm
inviting me.
thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, and thanks to you
Sure.
also for coming and gracing this conference, madam. Thanks a lot,
Definitely.
madam. Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone. See you all soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, madam. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, now students, our next session is going to start from 3 p.m. onwards. Now from we started with Egypt, then we went to Nepal, then we went to Malaysia. Now we shall come back to India. So our next session will start at 3 p.m. To be taken by one professor from Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad. So get back by 3 p.m. or just one thing what I'll tell you people is that carry on keeping this call. Okay, you can have your lunch, but don't get out from this call. Be in this call. Okay, and most probably Advinil sir will call you or give a group call to you people. But be in this call from 3 p.m. onwards. We are starting back, friends. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye.
Very good afternoon, madam. Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We will be shortly starting with our post-lunch session. We're just waiting for the people to join. Maybe within a couple of minutes, we will surely get back. I'm just
Yeah,
waiting for. Okay.
yeah, I think I joined before time, 3 minutes before time.
We are waiting for the. Yeah, we'll just within 3-4 minutes we'll start.
Okay, okay, no issues. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Saurabh Bhattacharya, one of the colleagues of Urnanshu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's 3 p.m. sharp, so we will proceed for the rest of the day's program today of this 2 days international conference. Esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-lunch session of 2 days international conference organized by Department of Management and Social Science, Haldia Institute of Technology. It's my honest privilege to introduce a very celebrated personality in the field of management research. She has completed her PhD for Indian School of Management, Dhanbad, and currently serving over there as associate professor in the Department of Management Studies. Till 2021, she had published around 35 research articles across various journals of repute. She had authored 2 books and 1 book chapter, and her research contributions were published in various conference proceedings. She has taken up various research projects, and the most prominent one is her work on a study of living and working conditions of artists of tribal paintings of Jharkhand, which is funded by Ministry of Textiles. She has guided various doctoral theses and has received academic laurels and awards as the best paper presenter. She was awarded with the Aparajita Award by Prabhat Khabar for her contribution towards women empowerment in Jharkhand. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now have the honest percipients to welcome Professor Dr. Mrinalini Pandey. She is here along with us today to enlighten with us with her valuable thoughts. Ma'am, the virtual podium is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. And
Thank you.
I hope people are there because post-lunch session, what happens is most of the people, we call it over here as graveyard session. So we have our lunch and we feel like taking a small nap. So I hope people are alive and they are there. I don't want you to really switch on your video, But if you're there, a small yes or a raise of hand can really tell me that, yeah, people are there.
Yes, participants, whenever you're required, please switch on your video because that will be a more interactive session now, of course. So it is a request that please switch on your video. If it is not a bandwidth problem, please. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then to begin with, thank you, Audranil, right?
Adrenal.
Yeah, I've taken my pronunciation is perfect that way.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Okay. So thanks for your kind words. So when I was looking at the brochure of your conference, it was really very illuminating, and it is very pertinent also in the times that we are living. So the topic that I chose for my talk was the hybrid workplace, the challenges and the solutions. So one of the challenges is quite obvious, keeping the video off. What happens is there's no personal kind of an interaction that can take place, and it really hampers the communication process. So I'll kickstart with it, assuming that most of you are there. Audrenil, if it is not a problem with you, you can as well switch off your video and keep on switching on and off as per your will, because I don't want you to really waste your GB of datas. Okay, so the topic that I have, I am going to talk about, talk on, is basically related to the hybrid workplace. Now, when it is work, what is work? Work, they say that it is worship, and most of us, we are into various jobs that we do, and we are doing it because we want to find some purpose, right? So work is just not a vehicle of productivity as it is assumed by the organizations. It is basically an opportunity to provide what is called as purpose and provide meaning to one's life. Okay, we are working because we want money. Money is important. But with that money, why do we want to earn that money? Because that serves one of our goals or aims. So therefore, when we are working, we can deduce that we are working because we want to provide purpose, the purpose of our being over here. Now, post-COVID era was COVID itself was a challenging situation, and post-COVID era is much more challenging. And we started on with having, most of us have faced that we have that hybrid kind of workplace that is a reality and which is going to exist. It was not. It is not like now we are going back to normalcy. This hybrid workplace was it has become a norm, and it is going to stay over here for in fact, most of the IT companies, they say that they're going to continue with it for many more years to come, and even in academia, because we've seen the plus points. So having a hybrid workplace has got both the negatives as well as the positives. So here it is again pertinent for me to mention one of the articles that I recently was published in Harvard Business Review. The title was Challenges of Hybrid Workplace and the How to Handle Them. And it was written by Martin Haas, and he has very beautifully pointed out 5 most important challenges, and which he calls as 5C. So apart from taking his concepts further and how it is applicable in Indian scenario as such, I'll also touch upon the other challenges that the hybrid workplace presents before the before the workforce, and how we can best provide solutions to it. So the first C is the communication. The first C is the communication. Now, communication, we all know what is communication. Communication is basically sharing of your, it what comes from the Latin word communis, which means to share, sharing your ideas, your thoughts, your beliefs with that with other people who are there. Now we have known that there are two types of communication. One is your verbal communication, another is your non-verbal communication. Now verbal communication, of course, use of words, it's quite applicable wherever you are. We are using words and that's there. But this hybrid workforce creates a kind of confusion, in fact creates a kind of barrier when it comes to non-verbal communication. We have kinesics, we have oculesics, we have haptics, and also proxemics. So one by one I'll be going into it. Kinesics is basically the body language. Now this hybrid workplace, the online and offline. Offline, of course, we are able to see the person as they are, and therefore you can deduce a lot from their non-verbal aspects of communication, which is, if you look at the international perspective, international communication, it is very, very, very relevant over there, because we have context cultures wherein you have succinct way of communicating, style of communicating, context and content plays a lot of role over there. So these are very important things. Second aspect, which is again very pertinent to mention, is the oculesics, the eye movements. And if you remember, take a troll back in your life, you'll find that if your parents used to look at you and just stare at you, you can really know that they are really angry. Same goes with bosses. I remember when Kiran Bedi, you must have heard about her, the celebrated IPS officer. She was given all shunting posting, and one of the postings that she received was Tihar Jail. And therein she went on time at 8 o'clock by the watch, and the jailer came at 11 o'clock. So she did not say anything, she just looked at him. And by looking at him, he could understand that there was something which was wrong, the way madam was looking at him. And from next day onwards, everybody started coming on time. So oculesics, same goes with office, right? Then you have haptics. In many cultures across the world, communicated by touching, by touch is there, and it plays a very important role, which is completely absent if you talk about this online mode. Then proxemics, by looking at the distance the person is placed. Here we are all equidistance, so that's the charm. But in offline mode, if you go on at workplaces, and this is a concept which very, very important concept, which is practiced mostly in the American companies. They know by looking at the distance, personal distance, as to what kind of relationship does the person in question have with the other person. So these are very important aspects. Now moving on to the next aspect is your technological barriers. Relying too much on technology is again a difficult thing. So communication. Second C is the coordination. Now coordination and collaboration provides efficiency, effectiveness, as well as competitive advantage to everyone, for everything, right? So for this coordination, proper coordination and collaboration, we have to have proper this is a challenge if you go in for the hybrid mode, and proper strategies have to be built in order to make best of this hybrid mode. Then the third C is the connection. Many teachers, we often complain that there is no connect. For our institution, we opened our institution for offline classes for 13 days, roughly 13 classes we had with the students. And the students, while going away, they said that that was the best phase, because we popularly call them as COVID batch. So they said that the kind of learning they had in those 13 days was very different from what they learned throughout the 2 years tenure that they spent with us. So this connection is very important, and connection leads to again, for mentoring, various OB principles. If you bring in over here the mentoring, the teamwork, leadership, motivation, for everything you'll find that connection is very important, and sense of belongingness is very important. So sense of belongingness, again, in fact, Spotify's survey, they said that sense of belongingness is very important when it comes to creating some kind of connection. And connection is a very important aspect of teamwork. Without connection, no team, even having a lot of experts, can really work. So connecting virtually and connecting offline and connecting in hybrid mode, you need to have different strategies, and it is in fact a very big challenge. Then the fourth C is creativity. Creativity, again, there are two types of creativity. One is the collective creativity and another is the individual creativity. So both of the creativities are very important, because we can brainstorm, we can talk about a lot of things, but for creativity, that kind of connection is very important. And for creativity, all creativity cannot be shown through hybrid mode. A lot of things are important when we have that online connection, but the personal aspect, face to face aspect is there. So when we talk about hybrid, it is like both going on together, or whether we are having say both one team working online, another team completely offline, or the same members coming online as well as offline. So what kind of strategy we make is very important for the company's success. Then the fifth C is the cultural aspect. Now, I think you must be aware about Trompene's cultural dimension, or Gert Hofstede's cultural dimensions. In fact, Hofstede's cultural dimensions, they play a very important role. If you talk about the organizations which are operating in multi countries, that is multi MNCs or global organizations. So Hofstede's cultural dimensions are very important, and we need to understand each and every dimension according to the culture of the various countries. And mind you, the organizations are not operating in a single country. One, second, diversity is a norm of day, because we have people working from various various cultural cultures working in the same various nationalities working, so their cultures differ. A simple sign like that, okay, means different in different languages. The distance, how you perceive distance from the core, is very important. The individualism and collectivism dimension is again very important. And cultures also is something that defines norms, values, expectations, opinions. So at the individual level, at the national level, and also culture from the organizational point of view is very important. So if we have to work in this hybrid mode, and if this hybrid mode, which is becoming the norm of the day, has to be successfully uh, implemented in organizations, which we are doing, of course, with not all success, because people are facing problem, then they are coming out with certain experiments, and then so it a very important aspect is that we should let the culture evolve, and change is important. So when change is important, how do you really change? Whether you take the plunge strategy, that is changing the entire thing together, or you are using the pilot strategy or parallel, or the fourth one is your phased strategy, that is very important. So culture has to be understood, the aspect of and culture, one more thing is, it is not homogeneous, it is heterogeneous. So balance between the strong culture and the evolving culture is very important, and diversity, belongingness, inclusion practices, which is said to be DIB practices, are very important when it comes to uh, managing or challenging the challenges of hybrid work environment. So how do we, these are basically the challenges. Not only these, there are other challenges also. Transparency is a challenge. Hybrid workforce, of course, transparency is a big challenge. A lot of things can be hidden away. A lot of things cannot be shared with people with whom we ought to share those things, and very easily people can walk away saying that we had internet issues, I sent, it reverted back to me, it was undelivered, the message was undelivered, or something of that sort. But it is an important issue which needs to be. Then the second aspect is, in fact, the hybrid workforce has workplaces have created two classes of individuals, and I'm sure you'll all agree with me. One is the dominant class, right? And the second is the underclass. So the dominant class people, they have access to all the information. They are the ones who are at the helm of affairs. They think that they are the ones who are running the entire business, without whom the organization cannot function. And the second class is the underclass, which is uninvolved, who, even if they take interest, due to certain reasons, they think that no, okay, leave it. I won't really be bothered about the things that are going, because anyways nobody is going to listen to me. So this is a very, very, very deterrent thing that can really spoil the competitive advantage of the organization as whole. So how do you cope up with these challenges that are presented before everyone in this hybrid workforce? So first is to evaluate where we are and where we want to go, whether we continue with this hybrid workplace or whether we want to change. If we want to change, we need to analyze. Second step is analysis. Analysis is, I need to analyze each and every functional area, the various components that are there, and we need to analyze and then plan. Plan again has to be long-term plan, short, mediocre term plan, and short-term plan. How do you really plan to move ahead? And when you have plan, you must be having a goal. So what are the goals? So not only the financial goals are important, but if you talk about hybrid workplace, workplace, and if you want that hybrid workplace should be successful, then creation of the cultural goals are very important. Focusing on cultural goals, how to develop a culture, because most of the reviews that you find of the CEOs, the C-suite, called the C-suite people, the interviews with the C-suite people or the C-level people and the D-suite people, they say that there are people who are responsive, but there are also people who are non-responsive. They are facing this because the culture is dynamic, it is changing, and it is not going in a way that really will yield very positive results. So they are also afraid of taking risk, but experimentation is going on. Second coping strategy would be to focus on collaboration with each and every entity of the organization, make them all feel wanted, make them all feel an indispensable part of the organization. Now here again, it is very important for me to mention that very few weeks ago, we all read about the Great Resignation drive. And in fact, your students, you must have been able to place most of your students. And why did it happen? It happened because of this Great Resignation drive. Now we need to understand this also. People who were working, they never wanted to go back to office. They were working from home, work from home. They were doing their best. When they were called back, they never wanted to go back. So the best thing that they could do is resign. People were resistant to change. The companies, what they did was they laid them off, asked them to resign. So this Great Resignation drive. And why new people are being inducted in the system who are also getting work from home? New people are being inducted because hiring a new person is less costlier for this or for the organizations than the continuing with the old ones, because obviously if they are there, you have to pay them. So bring in new people will create a new kind of culture. And the old employees, the attrition rate was really very high. And this resignation drive, it was not only because of COVID, it was also because people started to understand their real purpose of life. So whatever it is, collaboration, now that we have a lot of new people, most of the organizations, they have it. So what happens is collaboration made them feel as an indispensable part of the organization. How do you do that? Organize group events, make them have fun together, and focus on health and wellness. Onboarding is also taking place online, right, for many organizations. So onboarding online done, then are they able to really, and then the very next day after implementing some training, induction training, you put them to work, and they're supposed to work for 8 hours at a stretch. How do you know what your employees are doing, how they are performing, and how they are feeling? So there is no connect. So if organizations choose to have that kind of hybrid workplaces, this is again a very important thing that they need to do. Then there is more to human existence than work. We all need to understand. Joining on time and leaving on time is not the only thing. Work becomes enjoyable, is productive when it becomes fun. So Douglas McGregor's theory X and theory Y is there. and theory X people, they are lazy, they don't want to work, they have to be coerced to work. Theory Y people are motivated. So imagine of an organization having all theory Y people. The characteristics of theory Y, if you find in people who are there in your organization, it would become a really very great organization, great place to work. Then the policies. Policies should be such that they should be able to live and breathe. Breathing space should be given to all the employees, irrespective of their level, irrespective of their job, irrespective of their. Otherwise, there's a very important concept in Japan: overwork, burnout. Karoshi is the name that was given. Karoshi means dying because of work. So most people, they become workaholic. When you're sleeping also, you're thinking of work. You're not doing it, you're as if sitting on a rocking chair, moving nowhere, but still your mind is involved in that. And that is a sign of workaholic person, which definitely is not good. So policies should be such that people should have time to live and breathe and not think about competition, how to go ahead. Second is retaining the social element in work, which is virtually absent if we look at the online workplaces. Social element is in fact absent. People meet for a purpose that is also very professional purpose. There's no social element that is there. Then another important thing, which your fourth objective of your conference talked about, it was about driving business practices with care, compassion, and confidence. Now, care, compassion, and confidence, again, the three C's, they lead, basically, they come from empathy. If you are able to empathize with somebody, you'll definitely be able to care, have compassionate forbearing for that person, and also confidence. So empathy. What signs of burnout in others? Whoever is not in a position to really work, there should be some ways in which that work should be off, because we don't know each other. The biggest challenge of this hybrid work place is the lack of connection. Okay, sincere interest in needs, hopes, and dreams of people. So connection is very important. Organize meets, fun fests, so that people are able to know each other. When they are able to know each other, they'll be able to know as to what are their needs, what are the hopes, and where do they see themselves 5 years hence. And willingness to help others in problems, that is virtually lacking when we talk about this online mode. Offline mode, if you look at it, people are there, they understand the other persons, and they know in this. So integrating both the modes is very important. Then showing compassion. And how do you show compassion? The first very important thing, how do you show compassion towards people? You show compassion by listening to them. Yes, you listen to those to the other people. Only then that's the first step. Otherwise, if you are not able to listen, will you be able to really show compassion? No, that is virtually not possible. So again, very most important thing is trust. Now, if we talk about the data, Gallup research reveals that 96% of engaged employees trust management compared to 46% of disengaged employees. And in hybrid workplace, having a lot of disengaged employees is very high, because we are not having any adhering, or if we are not addressing the C's, the challenges that are there. So another research was there, which says that companies with high level trust outperforms companies with low level trust by 186%. So productivity, if you want to be efficient, if the organization has to be efficient, effective, and ultimately productive, and get some kind of competitive advantage, then trust levels have to be very high. Also, people who have been shown to be trusted, they are the ones who stay there for long. But sadly enough, there is another Edelman Trust Barometer, which tested 33,000 employees across 28 countries, and they found that 1 in 3 people don't trust their employer. 1 in 3 do not trust their employer. So trust becomes a very important thing. And if why is trust again important? Because if people are trusted, 50% they show higher productivity, 106% higher energy at work, and 13% they take fewer sick leaves. So that is, in fact, a win-win situation for both the companies. And the easiest thing is, since trust is the foundation of every relationship, so healthy and is an indicator of a healthy work environment. Therefore, trust is something which is very important. Now, there was another PwC CEO survey, and 55% of the CEOs thought that the lack of trust is a great threat to organizational growth. And in hybrid mode, we have all reasons the employers have all reasons not to trust their employees, because there are n number of ways in which people who do not want to work will never work, and they can shy away with work without having that's the reason, because one person, if you have taken found that he was doing something which was not proper, then it affects everyone else. Now, shared purpose is another thing which is very important. We need the organization should have that kind of shared purpose. Accountability is another thing which is very important. If there has to be some kind of successful success, the organization should have that aspect. Accountability is very important. Then equity concept, which was given by Adams equity concept. People tend to compare themselves with that of others, and if they find that there is inequity, then they are not motivated enough. So this is again very important. Then accountability is another aspect, which is accountability I just discussed. Fairness. You have to be, when we talk about equity, there has to be fairness, equitable treatment of employees across the organization. So that is another thing which is very important. Then the last and the very important aspect is transparency. Transparency in all the dealings, and visibility and accessibility. These are certain aspects which help us really evolve in the hybrid work environment, and this makes the organization more productive, which ultimately is the goal of any organization. So ultimately, choice, flexibility, the human resources should be given the choice. They should be given flexibility. Now that we are in an era wherein we find we are able to gauge both the aspects, the offline mode, online mode, hybrid mode, all the three modes are there with us. Which one is the best? Whether we can actually go in with the hybrid, because there are a lot of positives of going the hybrid way. So flexibility and freedom is the key, most important thing. Trust and freedom. If you again remember the Fiole's principle, 14 principles of Henry Fiole, he talks about accountability and he talks about responsibility. So with every uh, accountability, responsibility is there. They are, in fact, both are the same, two sides of the same coin. So accountability, transparency, trust, these are certain aspects that should be taken care of, that should be implemented, so that we are able to really create a organization which is successful, wherein people do get freedom and they are able to give their best, so that organizations do get competitive advantage. Because again, competitive advantage is very essential, because in one of the studies that I recently read, I was amazed to see that out of the many companies, the average age of an organization is 22 years. That means despite having a lot of innovative products, coming out with innovative products, doing their best, having the best pool of employees, the experts, still they are not able to survive in the in this competitive era. And if you talk about competitive era and survival, of course it comes through or human resources and creation of an ideal workplace. So whether hybrid workplace can be an ideal workplace is something which is important, and we just discussed about the various challenges and the various solutions of these hybrid workplaces. So that's it from my side. If you have any queries, any questions, any add-ons, you're most welcome.
Thanks a lot, madam. Thanks a lot for such a great speech, madam. Really, it was an awesome and great speech, madam. Now, I'd like to ask the students. Students, what are the questions do you have for madam? Please ask your questions. If you don't come by yourself, then we shall have to call names.
No, don't pressurize them, please.
No, madam, but actually they should have the habit of asking questions. So, Srijani, do you have any question? Rochita, Pooja, Nehuli, Srijani, Shourab, Priyanka, Chandan, please ask your questions.
Excuse me, Professor Bhattacharya, before the students come up with their questions, I just want to say, Madam, that it was a really very wonderful session. Even I was listening, I was enjoying the session, taking it with full concentration. As I'm taking it and this session is getting recorded, I will share this recording in my class, because I don't know the students, those who are not here in the future days when I will be teaching the future batches, this will be really, and this concept of what we talk about, this hybrid workplace, or the concept which has come up, these batch, those who are there, those are fortunate enough to listen over here, they have learned the things, but then the other batches, they should also know it about it. So I am playing this session over there, and it was wonderful. I learned a lot, many things. Thank you so much. And I'm requesting students, my students, please ask some questions if you have.
Srijani, good. Please ask your questions, Srijani. Good.
Yeah, Good afternoon, ma'am. This is a great session to listening to you, ma'am. As you say that don't take pressure, don't take a lot of work pressure. But we know that this is a competition market now after COVID. So, as your side, how could we seriously take that competition market nowadays?
See, competitive market is the reality everywhere. Wherever you go, Sringini, you'll find that you will find competition everywhere, and you should know how to deal with competition. There is no place. In fact, when Darwin gave the theory of survival of the fittest, it was also about competition, and here also it is also always about competition. Now, who are the assets of the organization? Because if you talk from an organizational point of view, right? So what are your assets? And there is something called USP, unique selling proposition, which is there. So keeping your core competence in mind, at bay, right? That is what is going to help you compete and tide over any kind of competition that you get as an individual or as an organization. If you talk about, say, Dabur has got very old history. It was started by Dr. Burman. Dr. Burman, so Dabur, right? So this Dabur and Dr. Burman, this company came from there, right? And still now it is surviving. It has got that Dabur Chyawanprash, which is an age-old medicine, Ayurvedic medicine basically, and it is still there. And many other companies, so they have been able to carve a niche for themselves because they have stuck to their core capabilities. Whereas if you look at Xerox tried to divulge into other markets, and they had to again come back to their own photocopier machine. Xerox is what? Xerox was a synonym for photocopying, and they were doing wonderful job, but they tried to sway away, and they had to come back because they had to pay the. So sticking to the core competence gives you an edge and will help you tide over any kind of competitive situation now, in future, and if you look at the past, that is what must have helped you as an individual or as an organization to survive in the competition, right?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, madam. Thanks.
And there's another question which is there.
Yes.
Productivity, working hours, 9 hours mandatory. See, I don't personally prescribe to this 9 hours mandatory working hours. No. It is about productive hours. That is important. Making a person sit in the office for 9 hours does not yield any kind of results. Because for a very simple reason, because everybody's body clock is different, everybody's productivity is different. So if you do not give employees the freedom to work, they will never be able to work best. And specifically this is there for university professors, this is there for most of the employees. You make them sit for 8 hours, they are not going to give. Some days we want to teach very nicely, other days we are not in that mood. So making and that goes well with the corporate people also. Some days they want to work 24 hours is less for them. So give them challenging work, give them work roles which are well defined, give them freedom, and they will yield result. And that is applicable across the organizations, even in academia.
Madam, I have a question. Madam, I have a question. Madam, the thing is that with regard to HR, with regard to workers' productivity, madam, just few days ago, I was reading in a newspaper, Times of India, that in the Scandinavian countries, a new rule is coming up where instead of 5 working days and 2 holidays, from the next month onwards, they are going to have 4 working days and 3 holidays. That's number one. And number two, in Sweden, it has been passed that after office work, office hours, one can totally ignore his or her boss's phone call. So, madam, what's your opinion on these 2 changes which are going to come
See,
up
this is
in the
very
Scandinavia?
important because if you look at, if I take the example of Japan, which I said, Karoshi was a concept. Lifetime employment was a concept which prevailed and is a myth that is there, still there, practiced in Japan. And it had its toll over employees, Karoshi. It is basically killing an employee due to overwork, right? And that is practically something which has been recognized all over the over the globe by most of the companies. Therefore, they think that working for 4 days and 3 days, again, if you talk about this concept was this break thing was experimented by Frederick W. Taylor. If you know that evolution of management, the father of scientific management, Frederick W. Taylor, talked about this. And in fact, not only him, after that, Elton Mayo also talked about this. And it was found that ideal working breaks and working hours should be in such a way that it does not disrupt the work. If you give, suppose I speak for 10 minutes and then you give me 30 minutes break, and then again 8 to 10 minutes, it won't be productive. So how much work and how much play there has to be a balance between that is very important. Work life balance. Number two, which is very important, is what works in other Scandinavian countries may not work in India. Why? Because we are a different country altogether. Our culture is very different. So demanding just that may not be the correct thing to do. Our productivity, because again, cultural differences are there, our way of thinking, our culture, and how our body works is very different, right? So that right balance has to be maintained between work and between play, that is so-called your life, so to say. Work life balance, that balance has to be there, otherwise it's really difficult. It may take a toll on the organization itself, the health of the organization and the productivity. So too much rest is also not good, and too much work is also not good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a wonderful question.
Thank you, madam. Because previously in another conference also, madam, you had come and I had so many questions for you. You are a great speaker, madam. You are a great
Thank you, sir. You can always mail me your queries, and if I'll also learn in the process when I answer your really intellectual questions. Because
and madam, frankly
most of the
speaking,
time, yes, sir.
Listening to your speech evokes questions in the mind of the listeners.
Thank you. If that is meant to be a compliment.
Yes, madam. Very, very much, madam. Very, very much. So, okay, students, do you have any questions? Students? Okay. I'll now hand over the dais to Professor Dr. Indranil Bandyopadhyay. Sir, he's our senior most professor in the department. Sir, please share your thoughts on this great speech, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. First of all, let me tell Dr. Pandey that is, we are extremely lucky that we got you as a speaker, because I was very keenly, with full attention, I was listening your speech, and few most important points in today's context throughout the world, not only for India, throughout the world, it has come up from your discussion. So basically, you started with the hybrid workforce and hybrid work culture, and what are the challenges faced by the hybrid workplaces. So first, you mentioned very pertinent points. So all the points I'm trying to sum up one by one. I hope that the points, some points may be missing, but most of the points I have tried to cover up. That is, first of all, is the communication barrier. You started with the communication barrier, and in hybrid mode, basically, when it is a mix up of online offline mode. In online mode, always we have seen that absence of body language. Basically, body language, gesture, posture, as well as we have emphasized on eye movement, then the touching, feeling by touching. So these things are very important for the employee confidence generation or to judge an employee's movement, because by touching someone, if you can express your proximity with that person, so automatically the confidence level gets higher. As well as you have told about the technological barrier in hybrid mode. It is a great challenge for them, hybrid workplaces. That is, proper coordination is hampered when it is a physical presence of the workforce in the office. So coordination is quite easier than when they work from an invisible work platform. So you just have a look over the video or even audio, but you cannot properly instruct them properly. You cannot control them. So it is a real challenge for the organization, basically for the organization. Like there is another point you mentioned, that is connection. Specifically, we in the academia, we feel that during this pandemics, what we faced to connect with our students, the teachers felt a very they passed through a very struggled time, basically, to connect with the students, because to control the students, to judge their mentality, to get their assignments in proper time, and they thought that exams are getting online, so it is quite easy to appear in the examination. So they are learning. They're the learning that is appetite. So that was not there. Basically, they were not there. They become very reluctant in basically for learning the new things and attending regular classes. And same thing happened in the industries also, because the employer-employee relationship, there was a deterioration in that. So during pandemic, and gradually now it is coming back. Obviously, it is coming back, but it is taking time for most of the organizations in the world to come up to the previous earlier shape, that is before pandemic. And another point, just because of the lack of connection, the sense of belongingness that has disappeared from the employee's mind, or they have started thinking that, okay, I am just working from online, I'm just working from home, so it is having a dual advantage. That is, I am serving my family as well as side by side, I am doing my office work. But basically, what happens in most of the time, it is specifically in our country, it has been observed that specifically when it is a totally online mode and the clients are from abroad, so their timing mismatch took place in most of the cases. What I personally observed with few of my friends as well as my relatives. So so really, it is a big challenge in this situation. Then creativity. Creativity is another thing which gets very much hampered in hybrid mode, which is basically possible when one-to-one communication, face-to-face communication between all the employees, there are exchange of thoughts, free exchange of thoughts take place. But in online mode, all the time you cannot get all the employees all together, or you cannot get your friends all together in online mode. So this is a very strange thing during in specifically online mode, which we have all observed. Then obviously for organizational success, key in this phase, a totally different strategy should have been adopted by various organizations to run smoothly, to function smoothly. Then another one you pointed out, that is the cultural dimension, specifically the MNCs, culture of different countries, different people from different countries. They are different, as well as culture even in a country like India, where there is a multicultural, multidimensional workforce we face in any organization. So there actually in India, in the same organization, a lot of cultural difference we find out. So in hybrid mode, even in offline mode, it is difficult to handle, but in hybrid mode, it is far more difficult to handle. And it is a big challenge to just have a coordination between all those people from different cultures. Then transparency. Transparency is a big challenge, as you told, and lot of things in offline mode or in online mode or hybrid mode, it remains hidden or undelivered, means properly not delivered, which should have been delivered properly. And then there is again some cultural goals, difference in cultural goals you have mentioned. That is, there is a planning, a thorough planning is needed to develop the cultural goals, because in the organization you will find certain responsive and non-responsive people, and they must be brought on the same platform to achieve the organizational goal, and which is very difficult in hybrid mode, which is very difficult in online mode. And management has to give a special thought about this, that how to understand the feeling of the workforce, who are responsive or not non-responsive, to make the non-responsive into the responsive workforce. So this is a big challenge. Then policy, that is, you have mentioned, you have pointed out a very important point, that is the breathing space for the workforce, working people in the organization. It is absolutely required, breathing space, and helping each other. It creates a feeling of closeness among the employees. And one example which is really important, that is, companies with high level of trust outperform the companies with low level of trust by 186%. If trust is not there, so no accountability can be generated. This feeling of responsibility cannot be there. So these things are quite important for any organization. And lastly, you have pointed out another important area, that is equity concept, which has been given by Adams. That is equitable treatment in the organization. That is very important for proper functioning and smooth functioning. So flexibility must be given, freedom must be given to all the employees. And these things, what you have delivered within a very short time, it is important points within such a short time. So a lot of thanks, madam, many thanks to you for this nice presentation, excellent presentation. And we'll expect that on some of that, when we'll go for the offline conference or offline seminar in the next year, we hope that we'll get you physically in our HIT, so that we can have more interaction officially and face to face. Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your great cooperation and great delivery.
Thank you, sir, for calling me, having me at your conference and listening to me so very, with a lot of concentration. In fact, all the points that I said, you have summed it up. It was a kind of revision for me. I was like wondering, oh my God, all these things I've said. It was very nice interacting with you all, and thanks a lot for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So friends, with this, we come to the end of the first day's program of this 2 days international conference. So tomorrow, once again, we are meeting at 8 a.m. And I hope you had a very wonderful session. All the thoughts were very invigorating, intellectually, as invigorated intellectually. So tomorrow the time is meeting at
Sir,
8 a.m.
7:45.
7:45.
Make it 7:45.
All the students who are here, please remember the time. Please highlight the time. It's 7:45 a.m. IST tomorrow. Okay, so have a. Is it audible now? Yeah. So tomorrow we are meeting at 7:45 a.m. and with this we call it for the day. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.